that are so desperately needed to, change the pathways for us as Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit and gender diverse people. So thank you so much. I'm going to begin by sharing a little bit about the National Family and Survivor Circle. I'm not necessarily going to read through all the slides because it's, there's a lot of text in some of them. I'm just going to provide brief overviews. And Felina, just to confirm, I have until, I guess, your time, an hour, right?
Yes, you have an hour.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I just wanted to validate that before I go on. So I'm just going to start screen sharing and telling you a little bit about the National Family and Survivor Circle and what we do. Give me 1 second. Of course, there has to be a technical issue when it was working perfectly fine a little earlier.
No worries. I think that's our theme for today. We're behind and yeah, so no worries. Technical issues always happen.
Okay, 1 second here. Just gonna quickly do this. Send out. To work now. Why is it not?
While you're looking for that, I can go ahead and
I actually have it up, but I don't know why it's not allowing me to.
yeah, you should be able to share. Let me double check. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Can you give me 1 second here? Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, no worries. I'll just remind everyone that to please take care of yourself and your wellness and take breaks as needed. And yeah, okay, perfect.
Okay, good. Okay, so again, I'm truly honored to be here to share information. And I'm also going to, after my presentation, post some links, because when we talk about the national inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls in Canada that took place coast to coast across Canada, which involved the testimony of family survivors, institutions, agencies, and various levels of government. It's quite complicated, so I'm just going to post the link because I only have an hour, so I'm just going to kind of move along here. Just moving things around here. Okay, so just a little bit about the National Family and Survivor Circle. We were established in the fall of 2021 in response to the National Inquiry's 231 calls for justice and the 7 principles of change. And again, I'll post this link so you have a little more of a backgrounder, but just in essence of time. I'm not going to necessarily go into all the background, but the 231 calls for justice from the National Inquiry were derived from the truths and the testimonies shared by all the family members, survivors, Two-Spirit and gender diverse people, and trans women as well, who participated in the National Inquiry process. Our circle is an advisory, the National Family Survivor Circle is an advisory circle in the development and implementation of the National Action Plan, which is in response to the 231 calls for justice to define what the path forward looked like for implementation of the 231 calls for justice. And we had some exciting news. Initially, we were just an advisory circle, but in April of 2023, the National Family and Survivor Circle became a standalone, independent, legally incorporated entity. So this is very exciting for us. And our circle is comprised of Indigenous women of diverse backgrounds, strengths, and capabilities who use their lived experience to advocate for the engagement of families of MMIWG 2S and in the development and implementation of the National Action Plan to end the genocide that is occurring in Canada. So the vision of the National Family and Survivor Circle is for all Indigenous women, girls, and two-spirit and gender diverse people to live dignified lives where we are fully free to, where we are free to fully assert and exercise our Indigenous rights, including inherent treaty and our human rights, where we will continue to reclaim our power and place within our lands, territories, and within our nations, peoples, and communities, where we will all be valued and respected and live with dignity and substantive equality in Canada. And our mission is to continually advocate that all governments, agencies, and organizations who have a responsibility in ending the genocide center families and survivors in their work. We feel this is really very critical because it's important to have those voices that are directly impacted, to have equity and decision-making at all tables, you know, where it's going to impact their lives, and, you know, Indigenous women, girls, and two-spirit and gender diverse people as rights holders too. And we are committed to working with governments, agencies, and organizations to assist in creating pathways for families and survivors to be engaged in this work through true partnerships that are decolonizing, respectful, equitable, and rooted in cultural humility and dignified approaches. And we also really like to highlight our logo because, you know, when we look at, like in Canada, we have First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, but even within the First Nations, there's many, I guess, like you called them tribes in the United States, we call them First Nations. So we wanted to be inclusive. And so we thought, like, what connects us is the land and the water and the various elements. So we based our logo around this, and this blue pathway here, you know, it represents water, which connects us, sustains us, and gives us new life. And the green pathway here represents land, which grounds us in who we are and where we come from. The purple pathway here represents dignity and healing, you know, because when we've been impacted by structural and systemic racism, and it has caused us a lot of harm, you know, including the loss of human lives and, you know, the racism that prevents us from accessing quality services. So it's important that we have those opportunities and pathways for dignity and healing. And the red pathway represents the sacredness of the voices and the truths of families and survivors. And the heart honors and commemorates the immeasurable value of our loved ones who are missing or have been murdered. You know, and the fire represents the bringing together of all our home fires and the shared responsibility and accountability for ending all forms of gender-based violence against Indigenous women, girls, and to us LGBTQIA+ people, because it's really critical in order to, you know, have impact on the ground and create transformative change. We all need to bring our home fires together and take action collectively. And it's really important, you know, that we also give a lot of hope in this work. You know, the sunrise represents a new horizon, a new beginning for the reclaiming of power and place. And the white lines represent, you know, throughout here, the white lines represent ice, snow, and water in all of its forms. They're dominant features of the landscape in the far north. You know, when we look at our Inuit relatives for many months out of the year, they also represent the delicate and interconnected relationship between humanity and climate change. We also felt it was important to, you know, identify a timeline of change and progress, but also reflection. So the 13 moons around our logo represent the calendar cycle of opportunities for transformative change and reflection, because it's all very critical that, you know, we look forward on, you know, what transformative change looks like, but we also reflect on what we have done, what we can improve, what are our best practices. So I'm just going to kind of share kind of a little bit of what I had talked about the national inquiry, just in summary. You know, the final report is comprised of the truths, like I previously shared, of more than 2,380 family members, survivors of violence, experts, and knowledge keepers shared over 2 years of cross-Canada public hearings and evidence gathering. And this is really critical to note that the national inquiry was a legal process. And each testimony was evidence and that formed part of the National Inquiry final report, in which formed the 231 calls for justice, which are legal imperatives and they cannot be ignored. The testimony documented in the final report, spoke about the multi-generational and intergenerational trauma and marginalization in the form of poverty, insecure housing or homelessness, and barriers to education, employment, healthcare, and social supports. When we experience these type of barriers, it really prevents us from, having like equity, equal opportunity, and having our rights met. Like, if these systems, are not responsive to meeting our rights, and it causes us to end up in vulnerable situations and to be targeted, for violence. Knowledge keepers spoke to the specific colonial and patriarchal policies that displaced women from their traditional roles in communities and governance and diminished their status in society, leaving them vulnerable to and as targets of violence. And today, when we fast forward today, we're still deeply impacted, by these colonial and patriarchal policies. There has been some change, but that change is not happening fast enough. And the lack of political will to create, substantive equality in Canada is deeply impacting the lives of Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit and gender diverse people. Like, there is important work that is taking place in Canada, but it's not happening fast enough. And in fact, after, the pandemic, we've seen an increase in violence. Like, we're continuing to die at alarming rates, and we're also continuing to experience violence at alarming rates. As the evidence gathered by the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls in Canada demonstrates human rights and Indigenous rights abuses committed and condoned by the Canadian state represents genocide against Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people. These abuses and violations have resulted in the denial of safety, security, and human dignity. They are rooted in the causes of violence against Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit and gender diverse people that generate and maintain a world which Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people are forced to confront violence on a daily basis, and where perpetrators act with impunity. And, one of our grandmothers here in Canada has shared, when you're born female and you're born Indigenous, it's like you're born into poverty, and you're often born into trauma. And, and I always say that, every day as Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirited people, we're fighting for survival, and we're fighting for our safety. And the steps to end and redress this genocide must be no less monumental than the combinations of systems and actions that have worked to maintain colonial violence for generations. A permanent commitment to ending the genocide requires addressing the 4 pathways explored within the Reclaiming Power in Place, the final report. And they are like historical, multi-generational, and intergenerational trauma. And we've seen this, like, within Indigenous communities and First Nations in Canada, how we're deeply impacted by, colonial violence, the impacts of colonization. And, as we have children, our children are impacted as well. And the social and economic marginalization, is still very prevalent in Canada. There's work being done, but is it enough? Absolutely not. Maintaining the status quo and the institutional lack of will, like, considering that the National Inquiry final report came out in 2019 and now we're in 2023, there has been, movement, but like I said, it's not fast enough, and the resources are inadequate that are being provided to, address the genocide that is occurring in Canada against Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit and gender diverse people. And it's also often it's project funding, and it's very short term, like, often it's a year, and we need a lot more resources, and we need long-term sustainable funding in order to adequately, address and implement the 231 calls for justice and build those pathways for safety, security, access to culture, access to health, like all these things that we need for, to live a good life, to live a safe life, and as well as, ignoring the agency and expertise of Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA plus people. Addressing these 4 pathways means full compliance with all human and Indigenous rights instruments, as well as the foundation that began the final report and that animates these calls for justice. That the daily encounters with individuals, institutions, systems, and structures that compromise security must be addressed with a new view towards the relationship. So confronting and disrupting these 4 pathways of trauma, social and economic marginalization and lack of will to change, and ignoring the agency and expertise of Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit and gender diverse people, families, and survivals is crucial in creating transformative change through decolonization. We cannot have these systems that have oppressed us and denied our rights to, continue a status quo. They have to, decolonize internally, change their ways of thinking, being, doing, and knowing as well, in order to be very effective and, creating the, the transformative change that's needed in this country. The process for doing so must follow the principles of change and the 4 pillars, which I just mentioned in my previous slide, to guide the effective inclusion of families and survivors and centering of their expertise, their agency and expertise. Implementation of the National Action Plan and the calls for justice requires the creation of new pathways within all governments, agencies, and organizations for true partnerships with families and survivors. And these, again, they must be grounded in the principles of change and the 4 pillars from the National Family and Survivor Circle, which include like interconnectedness and impact. Those are just a couple for transformative change to occur. And just the 7 principles of change from the National Inquiry final report, like inclusion of family and survivors, implementation of the calls for justice must include the perspective and participation of Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA plus people with lived experience, including families of MMIWG and survivors of violence. Because if you're not including those voices, or if there's processes that are occurring and you look around the table and there's no inclusion of impacted family members, survivors, Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirited and gender diverse people, that's very problematic if you want to, learn directly on what the solutions are and what is needed by those who are being impacted by violence. You have to ensure that those voices are on the table and those voices are provided equity at that table and decision making as well. That's when you're going to see transformative action occur. And a decolonizing approach, this approach involves doing things differently, like I mentioned in my previous slide, changing colonial influence and make spaces for Indigenous perspectives, involves recognition of Indigenous right to self-governance and the unique cultures, identities, traditions, languages, institutions, and special relationship to the land. So it's really, changing the colonial thinking and flipping it on its head and saying, give the space to Indigenous people to, share their ways of knowing, being, and doing, and their connection to their land, their culture, their identity. Focus on substantive equality in human and Indigenous rights. Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA plus people are holders of Indigenous rights. And this is often forgotten, as a champion for change and being an advocate for many, many years. It's like you have to constantly remind Canada and all levels of government, including Indigenous governments, that as Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirited and gender diverse people, we are holders of Indigenous rights, constitutional rights, and international and domestic human rights. In addition, many Indigenous people in Canada are rights holders under treaties, land claims, and settlement agreements. These calls for justice arise from international and domestic human rights and Indigenous rights laws. As such, all governments, federal, provincial, territorial, municipal, and Indigenous governments have legal obligations to fully implement these calls and ensure Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA plus people live in dignity. So as you can see, you know, this is why as an advocate, you know, we're always pressuring governments to implement the 231 calls for justice, that they're legal imperatives and they cannot be ignored. Governments have to act and resource the implementation of the 231 calls for justice. So substantive equality is a legal principle that refers to the achievement of true equity and outcomes and is required to address historical disadvantages, intergenerational trauma, and discrimination to narrow the gap for improved overall well-being. And this is really critical about having Indigenous-led solutions and services. That's when you're going to see a lot of success. You know, we really push for that. And even in my former role as the director of the MMIWG liaison unit, this was one thing that I, you know, literally took to heart and implemented in all the services and supports that we were delivering. You know, is to really hear the voices of what family members and survivors have told us and what community have told us, and the importance of, you know, creating safe, you know, cultural spaces for those services and those solutions, you know, to be delivered. Services and solutions must be led by Indigenous governments, organizations, and people. This is based on self-determination and self-governance of Indigenous peoples, defined by Articles 3 and 4, and the recognition of an inherent right that exists independent of any statute or legislation. Free of colonial mindset that Indigenous leaders must ask for permission and the state gives them permission. And we kind of, you know, sometimes this is still prevalent about, you know, governments trying to lead the way for our well-being, our healing, and our safety. And we, you know, really push back on this, that it has to be Indigenous-led solutions and services. So as well as recognizing distinctions, you know, recognizing a diversity amongst First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities, like you can't take a pan-Indigenous approach and say, this is a one-stop shop, this is going to work for everybody. You have to respect and honor those distinctions. You know, the calls for justice must be interpreted in equitable and non-discriminatory ways, address distinct needs, and take into account factors for distinctiveness. And cultural safety is really important, you know, when you look at like our ways of being, doing, and knowing. Interpretation and implementation of the calls for justice must include the necessity for cultural safety, goes beyond the idea of cultural appropriateness, and demands incorporation of services and processes that empower Indigenous peoples, inclusion of language, laws, protocols, governance, spirituality, and religion. So this is a really, you know, critical piece of one of the 7 principles of change when you're looking at the implementation model of the 231 calls for justice. And it's also, you know, considering that as Indigenous people, we do have multiple layers of trauma. You know, we've been impacted by colonization and the impacts of colonial structures and processes and policies that, you know, you must take like a trauma-informed approach to the work that you're doing. Even if you're delivering programs and services, you know, incorporating knowledge of trauma into all policies, procedures, and practices, and solutions and services is critical to the implementation of the calls for justice, as it is fundamental to recognizing the impacts of trauma. And I'm just going to kind of go into a little bit, I was just kind of giving you a little bit of background into the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls and the path forward. And I'm going to take you back to kind of the National Family and Survivor Circle, or mandate in terms of reference. So I'm just giving you a high level overview of our terms of reference for the National Family and Survivor Circle, which we're going to be modifying as well, and, you know, incorporating into our bylaws and everything that we're in a legal independent entity. So some of the activities, you know, that we undertake will build on the collective lived experiences, gifts, and decision-making capabilities and networks of the National Family and Survivor Circle members, aligned with the National Final Report and Human Rights Instruments, you know, to exercise our leadership and our authority in all aspects throughout the development and implementation of the National Action Plan, which is in response to the final report and the 231 calls for justice. It's kind of like the path forward. and lead in the creation of pathways for inclusion of, advocacy for, and validation by family members and survivors in the development and implementation of the National Action Plan. So right now we're in the implementation phases, and the development of the National Action Plan has been completed, but it's an evergreen document. So there'll always be changes and amendments to that document. And accountability by all governments. If we don't have accountability structures, it's very difficult, to measure outcomes and, the implementation of the 231 calls for justice. So the National Family and Survivor Circle really pushes very firmly on the establishment of accountability measures, by governments, institutions, and as well as organizations who are receiving funding should be delivering quantity and quality services to families and survivors. And transparency by all governments, if we want to have relationships that are respectful and reciprocal, there has to be that transparency there. And effective communications by all participants, that is dignified, trauma-informed, accessible. When I say accessible, depending on who the audience is and if anybody has any needs for accessibility, that they're addressed as well. And it has to be reciprocal, timely, and inclusive. And as well, we will undertake activities that identify, promote, and contribute to the creation of sustainable, resourced, and long-term support for transformative change at the legal, legislative, and policy levels within all governments, institutions, and organizations. And we continuously push this as the National Family and Survivor Circle and raise concerns and provide solutions and recommendations as well on how, there is such a great need to change government policies and legislation that is discriminatory and perpetuates violence against us by creating barriers. And this includes, the permanence of an independent national family and survivor circle throughout the development and implementation of the National Action Plan. And like I mentioned previously, that we are now a legal independent entity. Recognize and integrate First Nations, Inuit, and Métis and Two-Spirit ways of being and culture. Ensure opportunities for reclaiming power and place through investments in wellness, dignity, justice, substantive equality, safety, security, and empowerment for Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people. We always pressure governments as well to ensure that, they're making long-term sustainable commitments, for each of the items that I mentioned here, because it's quite challenging, for Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit and gender diverse people, to create pathways for, safety, security, well-being. If we're not adequately funded, we shouldn't have to continuously be fighting for resourcing, to save lives, and which unfortunately we have to do a lot of in Canada. So some of our key activities that we have done as the National Family and Survivor Circle, we were a contributing partner. We have our own chapter within the National Action Plan, in which I'll post these various links that I'm talking about. And there was a core working group, which was made of over 100 Indigenous women and Two-Spirited people who developed the National Action Plan. And then we also met with various sub-working groups and contributing partners. And I see my relative Albert is on as well, who will be sharing a presentation from Canada. So Albert's amazing as well and does amazing work in the Two-Spirited community and is a great teacher for me as well. So hello, Albert. And we had regular meetings with the federal government MMI, Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Secretariat, which is established in Canada under the federal government. And the implementation of the National Action Plan, we continue to promote the National Family and Survivor Circle chapter and the NAP as a guide to implementation. And we contributed to the National Action Plan progress report. We scheduled meetings with Minister Miller, who is, the CERNAC is the lead in the I guess, leading other federal departments and other government departments on the implementation of the National Action Plan, their lead, but everybody has to be a contributing partner. And again, continuing regular meetings with the MMIWG Secretariat. And we participated in engagements on the Ombudsperson and the Oversight Committee, because there's two specific calls, which I'll kind of talk a little bit more about towards the end of my presentation, like it's Call for Justice 1.7 and Call for Justice 1.2, which the National Family and Survivors Circle has been relentless in asking for and, pressuring for accountability. And we also participated in the roundtable of Indigenous leaders and representatives and federal, provincial, territorial ministers on MMIWG 2S+. And we also continue to meet with various federal departments and, try to give a lot of advice and guidance. And even when it comes to funding, making funding more accessible and how they can do things better. And also meeting with other contributing partners. And I'm just going to go into the pillars that the National Family and Survivors Circle really promotes in building different processes and mechanisms for change, because we look at the importance of inclusion, interconnectedness, accountability, and impact. So that we develop 4 pillars to guide our work to advocate, educate, and raise awareness, inform, and inspire legislative policy systems and behavioral changes. In this context, the pillars serve as an important point of reflection and analysis as the NFSC progressed in a meaningful way towards positive outcomes. So the pillar of inclusion is measured by the full and active involvement of families of MMIWG and survivors of gender-based violence in the process of creating transformative change to reclaim our power and place as Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit and gender diverse people through substantive equality, equity, and dignity. When you're looking at processes, if you're trying to change systems and structures and legislation, you need to ensure that, Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirit, and gender diverse people have that equity, that substantive equality, equity, and dignity throughout all processes. That's when you're going to see, they have to be part of the change and to be fully included in this process. And the National Family and Survivors Circle does this by taking a lived experience-centered approach in our component of the National Action Plan, sharing this perspective with the core working group and sub-working groups, and advocating. We continuously advocate that the process, all the components engage family members, survivors in the process. And the next pillar is interconnectedness. So interconnectedness is central to Indigenous worldviews. Our inherent rights are rooted in underlying values and principles with natural laws of respect, reciprocity, and interconnectedness. So this is really focuses on, our relationships. They have to be respectful. There has to be reciprocity, and everything is interconnected. These principles reflect and reinforce our understanding that everyone and everything has a purpose and contributes to balance. If we look at, all processes this way, we're going to have successful outcomes as well. And we've seen it repeatedly in Canada, and I know that like my relatives in the US have seen this as well. That imbalance has negative consequences. Restoring balance is restoring this deep connection on many different levels. It results in positive outcomes. And again, we continuously advocate to engage families and survivors on how to effectively restore connectedness through addressing gaps, ensuring accessibility, dignified and culturally informed approaches. And this is a very important pillar as well, accountability, shared accountability to create and maintain transformative change, to bring an end to all forms of gender-based violence against Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit and gender diverse people. This also means having the will to support and carry out transformative change at all levels, and creating and establishing mechanisms to track and monitor our progress, Because if you don't have any mechanisms, you know, that individuals are reporting into, it's very difficult to track and monitor progress and to hold systems and structures accountable. And again, this is what I previously mentioned about the implementation of Call for Justice 1.7, a National and Indigenous Human Rights Ombudsperson. And this work is currently being undertaken now. The federal government has actually, you know, appointed a couple of different, one is a consulting group and one is an individual, to start looking at what this can look like and provide recommendations on the next step forward. So, you know, we're looking, this is really positive on behalf of the government of Canada to do this, because we know how important accountability is. And this is a really critical one as well. You know, we want to be able to see all this work that we're doing. You know, we want to ensure that those on the ground are feeling the impact, you know, because if we're doing all this work and it's not having impact on the ground, then that's very problematic. So we need to, you know, create meaningful impact at the individual, societal, legislative, and policy levels to effectively build, sustain, and gain the momentum needed for transformative change. This will require recognition of one's place within the shared responsibility and accountability of this work. You know, it's critical that, you know, the commitment to building relationships that are interconnected, respectful, reciprocal, and responsive. Like, I really highlight, you know, when you're working with governments, the need for them to be responsive. And, you know, when they're responsive, you're going to guarantee that outcomes will be felt on the ground. If the National Action Plan is to be successful, measuring and monitoring, you know, impacts are critical, you know, to track trends and progress. And then I'm going to kind of shift a little bit, like part of the National Action Plan had the a data group, because we know that in Canada, the tracking of data is problematic. You know, it doesn't really reflect our ways of being as Indigenous people, and, you know, identifying like not only, you know, the issues that we're impacted with, but as well as our strengths. So I'm going to share a little bit about the data strategy. And one critical component that the data strategy group did was that they utilized our 4 pillars from the National Family and Survivor Circle and embedded it into their data strategy. So that was really exciting for us to see that they were taking our work and embedding it into their work as well. And again, like, you know, for far too long, we've been, you know, overstudied, analyzed, and researched without our consent or participation. And again, you know, with these outcomes, they weren't reflective of who we are, like we're misidentified or not identified at all, you know, and just reinforcing the erasure of Indigenous people in the state's official archive. These methods as a whole have reinforced systemic oppression and harm relationships with Indigenous people. So data is really critical, and this is one of the things that we are really pushing for as the National Family and Survivor Circle as well, is to ensure that, you know, the mechanisms that are utilized to collect data are reflective of who we are as Indigenous people, but also that we're able to, as Indigenous people, have our own mechanisms for collecting data, and that we own all the data as well. And that we're, you know, feeding into the data, we're collecting it and we're reporting on it ourselves to be able to truly reflect our realities. And again, you know, it's very problematic when the non-Indigenous methodologies for collecting and analyzing qualitative data have placed Indigenous individuals and communities with a deficit lens, you know, always identifying what is wrong with us, but not amplifying our strengths, you know, as Indigenous people. And again, like with the data strategy, it was, you know, the data strategy is intended to be a starting point in measuring progress, you know, presented as a preliminary step in understanding long-term change related to, you know, partnerships with Indigenous peoples that must include monitoring within a much broader lens beyond the numbers. This strategy provides some suggestions for walking forward, founded in a recognition of Indigenous data sovereignty, which I kind of mentioned in the previous slide about us owning our own data. It recognizes the essential leadership of Indigenous people in data creation, collection, and analysis as the foundation for a monitoring framework that is response to the pillars that must support this work. And I'm just going to kind of fast forward a little bit, again, back to the National Family and Survivor Circle, monitoring my time here. So on June 1st was a day, sorry, June 3rd, 2022 was a day of action. You know, we called out the federal government again because we didn't feel like, not the federal government, but federal government, municipal, provincial, territorial, Indigenous governments, again, about, you know, the lack of political will and really amplifying that the 231 calls for justice are legal imperatives, are not optional. And we really amplify that, you know, the cost of inaction is human lives. Like when governments lack political will to fully implement the 231 calls for justice, we continue to die, we continue to experience violence. And then we also pressed on the accountability frameworks again. And we just kind of highlighted different things, like we just keep bringing everything forward, we're relentless and not giving up and really pressing governments. And then we just gave some calls on what we wanted, you know, for action related to June 3rd. June 3rd is the day that the final inquiry report was announced. This is why it's such a significant day in Canada. And then on January 10th, 2023, I kind of mentioned this in my previous slide that the Crown Indigenous Relations Minister, Mark Miller, he announced the appointment of Jennifer Moore-Rattray as the special ministerial representative to provide advice and guidance and recommendations to create an Indigenous and human rights ombudsperson. So that work is continuously moving forward. I know that Jennifer was also the former executive director of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. So she has a wealth of knowledge that she brings to this role. So she's continuing to do this work right now. And then again, I just wanted to highlight this other announcement that was made on June 10th about the First Nations organization Innovation 7 that is working towards Call for Justice 1.10 to create an independent mechanism to report on the implementation of the National Inquiry's Call for Justice to Parliament annually. So this work has been undertaken, and there was a report recently provided by Innovation 7. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the next steps are. I just wanted to highlight these to show that, you know, the accountability mechanisms are progressing in Canada. And I wanted to also share some critical opportunities for the voice and expertise of families and survivors. So Call for Justice 231, the calls for justice, the 231, all identified with responsibility to act, including all Canadians, you know, and these are opportunities that we participated on and will continue to participate on. But we ask, you know, for other families and survivors, you know, to ensure that they are, you know, feeding in, but also receiving outcomes. And this again, one of the other announcements that were made was the Federal, Provincial, Territorial, and Indigenous Roundtable, which had its first meeting in January 10th, 2023. And this table is going to continue as well, because as the National Family and Survivor Circle, we really lobbied to the government to ensure that, you know, this table will have permanence to, you know, keep the issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and two-spirited people at the forefront. And again, just kind of talking about the ministerial special representative to provide advice and recommendations to create an Indigenous and human rights ombudsperson. And families and survivors have, you know, been participating in this. So the National Data Advisory Group, the data group was part of the implementation of the National Action Plan, but there's going to be a national data advisory group developed, and it's in its works right now. We're still waiting for, more information related to this. We've had some dialogue with the government related to this. And again, I just, wanted to highlight this, and we're there now. This was something that we worked towards about achieving independent national family and survivor circle. But one of the things that we're championing right now is that it's permanent, that there's core funding attached to the National Family and Survivor Circle. So regardless, and that potentially there could be a bill passed that there's, legislation to continuously support the National Family and Survivor Circle, regardless of what government is in power. So just some of the next steps. Again, we work towards establishing a legal independent entity. And one of the things that we're going to be doing, we're going to be seeking funding to conduct a national virtual engagement and survey, with family members of MMIWG and the Two-Spirit and gender diverse community and survivors of gender-based violence, and how the independent entity can support transformative change. Like, just to be clear, we don't provide like service delivery on the ground. We're looking at, how we can impact change on a long-term sustainable basis, but ensuring that the voices of family members and survivors, Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit and gender diverse people are included in all processes. And here's my contact information, and I was told that I have 10 minutes for Q&A. So it's perfect timing.
Yes, you do. You have 10 minutes. Does anybody have any questions? That was excellent. Thank you so much.
It's so much information, and I tried to condense it and take you a little bit all over the place, so if I confused you, I apologize.
That was fabulous. You hit on a lot of things, like data governance, data sovereignty, and how a lot of research comes from a deficit model approach, where versus being more balanced, and even looking at a strengths-based approach. So thank you so much. Does anybody have a question? Otherwise, the researcher and me could just talk to you all day about everything.
Well, that's awesome.
Let me see if there's any questions here. Somebody wants to see if we can put the 4 pillars in the chat. Yeah, those
I'm going to actually put our, why did I do that? Okay, so I added our website, National Family and Survivor Circle, and it has the chapter and other information as well. I'm just going to quickly click on this and I'll share screen. I know I have a moment.
Yeah, perfect.
So one of the things that we're doing with, we're rebuilding our website and adding more information. So I'm just going to share a screen So we're trying to build a bunch of educational resource information as well on our website. We've uploaded a lot of the work that we have done, and we try to educate as much as we can through visuals, because we know as Indigenous people, we're very visual and we like to connect to visuals. So some of the things this is kind of one of my favorite ones that I love. It has a lot of meaning behind it. If we are given those pathways to safety, security, healing, wellness, dignity, and justice, we're going to be able to live that full circle of life, to raise a healthy family and to be in a healthy community, and to feel safe and secure and have every other opportunity that's afforded to every other Canadian in Canada. And we also highlighted the importance of the fire and how the fire brings us together and, connects to our spirit, but also, about the sunrise, the promise of new beginnings, and the water and the land. So this is kind of one of my favorite. And you see the whole, the grandmother, or sorry, the great grandmother, the mother, and then the grandmother holding the two children, and no more stolen sisters, and including our two-spirited relatives in there as well. So you can take some time to look at those resources as well. The link is there. And I just wanted to say thank you once again, and I'm open to any questions. And I'll also add my email in the chat. I know it was on the screen, but I didn't leave it up probably long enough.
Thank you. I was just telling somebody how friendly everybody in First Nations in Canada are. So adding your email is like, wow, super friendly.
Yeah.
But
Well,
everyone,
anything we can do to help, right? Like we're all in this fight together because we want future generations to live a good life, to live a safe life. Like for me, as I call myself like a champion for change, and one of the things that keeps me strong and focused on this path is having, the support of our grandmothers from our communities, always holding us up, when times get tough, because it's not easy to challenge systems of oppression, and just for them to continuously, keeping grounded, keeping strong. And recently I was at an event in the nation's capital in Canada, Ottawa, and there was a grandmother who was present, and she was talking to myself and another individual who does a lot of like work like I do, but through another avenue. And she tans like moose hide and everything, and she cut two pieces of the moose hide and she gave it to us, and you could just smell like the smoked moose hide. And she said, I know it's hard, the work that you two are doing, she said, but I want you to always remember that your ancestors are with you. And she said, you carry that moose hide in your person. When times get really hard, you take it out of your person, you smell it, and remember that your ancestors are with you. So I felt like that was so powerful,
yeah, that's very beautiful and powerful. Yeah,
Yeah, it's challenging, but just know that, you have a lot of strength. And I always have this vision when I'm sitting at tables, like even though it's uncomfortable, sometimes I just visualize, the space that my ancestors have cleared for me to be able to bring our voices at the table and to demand that equity, that equality, and, to be part of the decision making as well, and to be inclusive of all of our relatives, especially our two-spirited relatives, who have been excluded for far too long, and to ensure that they have safe spaces as well.
Definitely,
So,
yeah. Like this thing. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
I was trying to chat with you. I was going to say, like the saying goes, nothing about us without us.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Any questions, anyone?
I see Chantel lighting up. I'm not sure.
So thank you so much for this presentation, information, advocacy, and leadership in this space, and for amplifying the voices of our missing and murdered Indigenous relative survivors and their families. And there's a couple other nice and positive comments from people thanking you.
Awesome. I'm a fierce auntie in Canada. We have a lot of us who are kind of championing this change together from across the country. Yeah.
That's great. That's so great.
Yeah, so thank you. I appreciate the time and the space, to be able to share our work. And I provided the link to the final report because it's really complicated, and I try to embed some of it in my presentation just to highlight some key areas. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
In Cree, we say, Kinanaskumitin, because I'm Cree from Northern Manitoba. So.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Right. Awesome. All right, so we're going to take a short little break for 4 minutes. Thank you so much again, Hilda. Thank you for everything that you do. We are so thankful and grateful for you to being here today.
Absolutely. Thank you for the space.
Thank you. We'll be back in 4 minutes. All right. All right, I think we're gonna start here in a minute. Are you ready, Billy?
Yes, I am.
All right, go ahead and take it away.
All righty. So, hello, everyone. I will be introducing our next speaker. I'm excited about this. I was able to take one of her classes for January in Tucson, one of the educational courses here, programs for the Indigenous Peoples Law program at the University of Arizona. And so our next speaker is Seánna Howard. Professor Howard is an associate clinical professor in the Indigenous Peoples Law and Policy program. She's the program director of the International Human Rights Advocacy Workshop, and she serves as an external advisor to the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. She has represented Indigenous communities before the Inter-American and United Nations human rights systems, including but not limited to representing the Western Shoshone, the Chiricahua Apache, the Navajo Nation, and the Water Protectors Legal Collective in the United States, as well as the Maya of Belize, the Halkidiki Treaty Group of Canada. Since the fall of 2020, Professor Howard and her students have been supporting the mandate of the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, preparing communications to governments, and researching and drafting country reports and thematic studies. So we're honored to have you here. So thank you so much, Professor Howard.
Hello, thank you, everyone. And thank you to William for asking me to speak today, and to the hosts for convening this symposium. It's a very important discussion that I wish we didn't have to have. So I'm just going to share my screen here, put together a PowerPoint. Okay, and before I start, just a note about terminology, and maybe this was reviewed by previous speakers. I'm sorry I was only able to sign on now. I had some other commitments this morning. But I use the acronym MMIWG because I'm addressing the situation in Canada, and that's the term that was used by the National Inquiry, which also includes what the UN refers to as gender diverse people, in Canada terms 2S LGBTQI+, which stands for two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, queer, questioning, intersex, asexual, and the plus indicating diversity of remaining entities, identities not listed. And I do understand that men and boys are also impacted and welcome the use of the more inclusive term MMIPS. Okay, as William mentioned, I provide external support to the UN Special Rapporteur on the rights of Indigenous peoples through my law clinic, where students get trained in human rights advocacy and assist with the work of the UN mandate. This is the UN Special Rapporteur, Jose Francisco Calizay. He is Maya Cachiquel from Guatemala, a political refugee from the Guatemalan Civil War, a former diplomat and past chair of the UN Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. I'm sure some of you have never heard this term, Special Rapporteur, but it's an independent expert appointed by the UN Human Rights Council. So Francisco is one of 45 different special rapporteurs that have thematic mandates, and there are also 14 country mandates. So this slide breaks down all of the activities or functions of the mandate: writing letters to governments, which we refer to as communications when we receive human rights complaints against them; preparing expert testimony to present before international courts and other human rights bodies; and also researching and drafting 2 annual thematic reports, one to the Human Rights Council and the other to the UN General Assembly, which is the highest body in the UN system. The rapporteur also conducts 2 official country missions per year, and this is in addition to the numerous unofficial academic visits, and that's when there's no official invitation from the government. So we just returned from a 10-day visit to Canada, my home country, And I would say it was a very successful visit. We met with the Governor General, cabinet ministers, the Supreme Court, and many Indigenous nations and representative organizations. I should just mention that the Governor General in Canada, the representative, I was about to say Queen, the King now, is an Inuit woman. And the Supreme Court Justice that we met with is from a First Nation in Ontario, also a woman. So very important to have that representation. And I'll speak more about the country visit in a minute. So 2 weeks ago, I was in New York City at the UN headquarters. I brought 4 of my clinic students to the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous issues. So this is the largest international gathering of Indigenous peoples. And Secretary Deb Haaland opened the session. Well, she was one of many. The Secretary General was there and also the President of Colombia, but she did address the room and announced that the Department of Interior established a missing and murdered Indigenous unit to investigate missing and murdered Indigenous peoples, and is collaborating and sharing best practices with Canada and Mexico. And from what I understand, this unit was actually created a couple of years ago, but she did make this announcement on the floor of the UN. And as you may remember, she references Mexico. In the past, and I'm sure this is still an issue, but 370 women were killed between 1993 and 2005 in Ciudad Juarez. And that situation received a lot of international attention because of government inaction in preventing the violence and bringing perpetrators to justice. She also mentioned collaboration, sharing best practices with Canada, the first country to conduct a national inquiry, which I think you just heard about in the previous speaker, from 2016 to 2019 in response to calls from the previous UN Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, James Anaya, and as well as the National Truth Commission. The National Inquiry also released a supplementary report on genocide, finding that the genocide perpetuated against Indigenous peoples in Canada is a composite act, so it's not limited to a single event. The cumulative effects of these many discrete actions by the Canadian government over time, such as land dispossession, neglect, starvation, removal of children, forced sterilization of Indigenous women, is considered genocide. At the end of 2021, Australia also announced that it would launch their own national inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women. So I would say the US has done too little, too late, but as the DOI unit begins its investigations, they must look to the Canadian experience to see both what went right and also what went wrong, or what is going wrong. As some of you may know, Indigenous peoples have been the subject of many inquiries in Canada, starting with the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples in 1996, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which ended in 2015, and of course, the National Inquiry and its calls to justice of 2019. After each of these reports was released, the number of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls continued to increase, and then escalated during the COVID-19 pandemic. So, why is this happening? Are these reports just token gestures that click the boxes but don't produce any results? Canada's dedicated billions of dollars to implement the 231 calls to justice through a national action plan. But when we speak with the Native Women's Association of Canada and others, they say little of that money has been spent. Of particular concern, which we heard about during the visit to Canada, is the situation unfolding in Winnipeg, Manitoba, and the challenges that families have encountered in recovering the bodies of missing and murdered Indigenous women from a local landfill. And this is a photo taken outside of the landfill to honor the murdered or disappeared Indigenous women who were either found or believed to be buried there. And a serial killer was charged in the deaths of some of these women. But then they found another body just recently. The Winnipeg police said that it would not conduct a search for the remains of the women because of the large volume of garbage that had been deposited at the site over time. But then after facing some pressure from the community, from First Nations, the federal government allocated $500,000 for a feasibility study into a possible search of the landfill. So this is just an investigation into whether they will even conduct a search. No decision has been made yet. And then, like I said, last week, it happened again. They found the body of another woman, unrelated to what they think is unrelated to the serial murders. And the federal minister of Indigenous Crown Relations acknowledged that the recent discovery, I quote Mark Miller, represents a fear that Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQI+ people live with on a daily basis. So not only does this deprive victims' families of closure, but the concern is that it emboldens those seeking to commit violence against Indigenous women who may believe they will not be investigated and held accountable. So what if the remains in the landfill had been those of this young woman? Would the response be any different? Does anybody recognize this person? You can put up thumbs up in Zoom, or if you know who she is, you can write it in chat. All right, so this is Gabby Petito, whose remains were discovered in a Wyoming National Park in the summer of 2021. And an extensive search was conducted after she'd been missing for weeks. The reason I ask if you recognize her is because every news outlet covered it. And this gave people the opportunity to call tip lines or see photos of her to see if they recognized her. And I in no way mean to disparage the tragedy of her death or minimize domestic violence. It was her boyfriend who admitted to killing her. But 710 Indigenous peoples went missing in Wyoming, where this took place, in the decade prior to her disappearance. So the media has a responsibility to treat victims equally, and so does the criminal justice system, a system that has pervasive problems with institutional or structural racism, racial discrimination in the US and Canada and elsewhere. And I just want to quote the Quebec Native Women's Association, who said that there's these stereotypes that exist, that any missing or murdered Indigenous woman or girl deserved it, put herself in danger by living a high-risk lifestyle, such as a party girl or prostitute. These stereotypes inherited from colonization lead to systemic biases and result in judicial and police institutions not understanding the phenomenon of disappearances and murders or even taking them seriously. This contributes to poor investigations and thus to impunity for the perpetrators of these crimes and a risk of recidivism. So this epidemic can be understood and perhaps remedied by addressing the conscious and unconscious bias of police officers, judges, juries, court personnel, and correctional officers. So, for example, we learned during the UN country visit to Canada that Indigenous women make up 50% of the federal prison population, even though they represent less than 4% of the country's population. We visited prairie provinces, and in some cases, the numbers were as high as 85% of the prison population. Indigenous women are also disproportionately held in higher security settings and subjected to the use of force and isolation or segregation at higher rates. On a similar note, during the permanent forum, we met with the Australian government, with the permanent mission there in New York, and they admitted that in some facilities, 100% of inmates are Indigenous. So what happens when the state isn't adequately protecting human rights? We can look at the international standards, which afford a higher level of protection, and to the UN monitoring mechanisms like the UN Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples that can urge states to fulfill their international obligations, including standards found in binding international human rights treaties. There is a specific international instrument that sets out the minimum global standards for the protection of Indigenous peoples' rights, and that's the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. This picture was taken from the floor of the UN General Assembly as the votes were coming in on the day it was adopted in 2007 by a consensus of member states. The US, along with Canada, New Zealand, and Australia, we refer to as the Kansas states, actually voted against it that day, but then reversed its position. Actually, all 4 countries reversed their position, and the US endorsed it under the Obama administration in 2010. So it's not a binding treaty, but the declaration is applied and interpreted by the UN treaty monitoring bodies and other mechanisms which form the body of international law on Indigenous peoples' rights and that guide the work of the UN Special Rapporteur. Canada has domesticated the UN Declaration by adopting it into Canadian law in 2021 with Bill C-15, an act respecting the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. So just briefly, there are a number of core themes that form the foundation of the Declaration. Article 22 specifically addresses the rights of Indigenous women and girls to be free from violence and discrimination. Okay, so there's the text of the provision there. So in addition to the declaration, there are a number of other international instruments to protect Indigenous women's rights, the most relevant being the UN Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, which we refer to as CEDAW, that binds states that have ratified it. So almost all UN states have done so, 189 of the 193 UN member states. So the US is one of 4 countries who has not. But it can still be persuasive to courts and legislatures because we could argue that there's international consensus, as almost all states have agreed to these standards. CEDAW is somewhat limited in its protections because it was adopted back in 1981. It doesn't make mention of physical or sexual violence. To address this, in 1992, the committee that monitors the implementation of this treaty issued General Recommendation 19, recommending that violence against women should be reported on by state parties. The committee, when they issue these general recommendations, it's to provide clarification or interpretation on aspects or provisions of the treaty. So there was this 1992 General Recommendation 19 on violence against women, but more recently, just this year, General Recommendation 39 was released on Indigenous women and girls. And so these are authoritative statements that reflect international human rights norms and standards concerning Indigenous women and girls. In 1993, the UN General Assembly adopted the Declaration on the Elimination of Violence Against Women. So this is not a binding document, unlike the CEDAW Convention. The declaration, however, was significant in that it made violence against women an international issue, not subject to claims about cultural relativism. So the declaration prohibits violence against women based on cultural practices, including FGM, forced marriage, female sexual slavery, which were generally regarded as acceptable or beyond the realm of the law in some cultures. The declaration also recognized the need to redraw boundaries between public and private sphere. So it prohibits not only state violence against women, but also private violence, including sexual abuse of female children in the household, dowry-related violence, and marital rape. The Organization of American States, which is the regional organization of the 35 states of the Americas, also has a convention named after the place it was adopted in Brazil. And so that's binding. When you hear the word convention or covenant, you know that it's binding on states that have ratified it. And then there's the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, a non-binding instrument, but a key global policy document on gender equality. So in addition to the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, there are a number of other mechanisms you can engage with to advocate for Indigenous rights, women's rights at the UN level. And these are particularly important since the US has not ratified CEDAW. I already mentioned the UN Special Procedures to the Human Rights Council. So I would say there's three mandates that are relevant. They can respond to complaints of human rights violations, the Special Rapporteur on Women, the Special Rapporteur on Indigenous Peoples, and the Special Rapporteur on Gender Identity. Remember, these mandates also publish reports on related topics, which I'll speak very briefly about in a moment. There's also intergovernmental organizations, UN Women, the UN Commission on the Status of Women. UN Women works to advance gender equality within the system and also within states by providing technical and financial support. So there's not really an ability of civil society to engage with them in the same way that you can with the Commission on the Status of Women, which meets in New York every year. And so civil society organizations like yourselves, academics, NGOs, Indigenous organizations can attend and make interventions in relation to whether the state is implementing the Beijing Declaration. But again, the US doesn't support that declaration. Finally, I want to direct you to some resources that may be of use to your research. I know many of you on this call are academics. The UN Special Rapporteur on Women just published a report on violence against Indigenous women and girls. This is very relevant as it includes all of the global standards and applies to all UN member states. The previous UN Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, Vicky Tully-Corpus, she dedicated her 2015 annual report to the Human Rights Council on the broader topic of the rights of women and girls. So it's not focused on violence per se, but does include a section on that. And there's also a number of important studies completed by the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, which I mentioned is part of the Organization of American States. So I want to conclude by showing you the external websites of the UN Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, created by one of our doctoral students, because the UN websites are not always up to date or very comprehensive or user-friendly. But I did want to direct you to those sites as well. So there are a number of databases where you can look up UN observations, the studies that I mentioned, the communications to government, and find sort of recommendations by theme and country. So that's all I have for today. I'm happy to answer any questions. I see there's some chat I've been neglecting here.
Thank you, Professor Howard. As usual, when you get to hear about this entire network, it's always just incredible to hear about the amount of efforts going on at the international level. And if anybody has any questions right now, please just enter them into the chat or enter them into the Q&A box. Again, thank you so much for that presentation. It was wonderful. Trying to see. We had one question here, just because somebody was asking to verify again, just about the Idaho with the Gabby Petito. Just how many Indigenous women went missing in Idaho in the decade before Gabby Petito?
Yeah, it was in Wyoming. So she was found in Grand Teton in Wyoming, and there were 710 Indigenous peoples. So the statistics that I read referred to Indigenous peoples, not necessarily women, but I think it's like a very stark contrast. Statistics don't lie. Well, you can manipulate them, but
yeah.
And then I also see that there was a comment about the money for the feasibility study, and yeah, that's a lot of money just to consider whether to take action rather than using it to do the to look for the bodies and remove the bodies. I agree. It's also been raised by the community that they want to be the ones that are leading the recovery according to their own methods of doing so and grieving processes. So they're also asking for that, for it to be community led.
We have another question here in the chat. How many Indigenous people are working directly with the United Nations?
Yeah, so I don't think I mentioned that there are, in addition to the permanent forum, there are a number of Indigenous specific mechanisms that have been created. So the permanent forum has a body of experts, and I think almost all of them are Indigenous, and they select them according to geographic representation. So they ensure that there's a representative from the Asia Pacific region, North America, etc. So there's sort of a formula involved, and I would say they definitely give preference to hiring Indigenous peoples. There's also the expert mechanism on the rights of Indigenous peoples, which has 7 members. And then there's the special rapporteur. He was the only, Francisco Calizai was the only expert member of the United Nations treaty body. And I heard him say the other day that he still remains the only person of Indigenous identity to sit on one of those 10 treaty bodies. So there needs to be more representation for sure. And then in terms of staffing, from what I've seen, it's not very diverse. That most of the people that work at the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights are of European descent. But they do offer a fellowship there for Indigenous peoples to go to Geneva, Switzerland, and work with the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. And from what I've seen, that's been a launching pad to work within the UN system or work internationally. And the UN Voluntary Fund for Indigenous peoples has money available for Indigenous participation in any of these meetings.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions?
And I can provide William with a copy of my PowerPoint in case you want access to those links for UN research.
All right, thank you so much for presenting today. If there's no more questions, we are gonna go on a break until noon Tucson time, so 30 minutes. And we will see you all back after the lunch break with Albert McLeod, and he will be providing us a presentation on more two-spirit aspects of the MMIP topic as well. And we also have speakers from Alaska after the lunch break and Mexico as well, and from the Department of Justice too. So thank you all. Feel free to hop off and hop back on, or feel free to just leave your computer on if you want. But yeah, we're going to go on a break now. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Seánna.
I'm muted, that's why. I was talking away. Make sure you can see me okay. All right, does it look kind of blurry on your end?
Yeah, it does look a little
Yeah.
blurry.
Introduce yourself however you like.
Yeah, you guys' mic is on. You're live, guys.
Oh. Yes, I am so this is the video we're just showing for the next 30 minutes. It's just a yoga with a First Nations instructor for an event we had earlier this year. So we're just going to play this for the next 30 minutes while everybody, can either, take some time here and, follow along, or they can go to lunch and everything like that.
And if you can move it, Billy, to where she's actually
Mhm.
doing it.
Yep, I was trying to, yes. There we go.
10 breaths or so, just to check in with your breath. Invitation to bring the tip of your tongue to the roof of your mouth, just where your teeth meet your palate. Also, your jaw ought to be. Once you're ready here to start bringing your awareness into your belly button, to the area around your belly. Sometimes it helps to actually bring one hand there. And for every inhale, filling up your belly with breath, feeling your tummy touch your palm of your hand if your hand is there. And every exhale, allowing the navel to move a little bit closer towards the spine. Take a few more breaths just like that. And when you're ready, maybe expanding a little bit more. So filling your breath, so filling the top of your lungs, expanding your chest and your belly. So breathing with your whole chest and belly. And exhaling, releasing. And just take the next 4 to 6 breaths, really expanding. Breathing into your nose and maybe exhaling through your nose as well. And the goal here is to lengthen your inhales and lengthen your exhales. And we don't want to force the breath in any way, so just trying to find a comfortable way to expand. Finding a bit of softness. If you're ready, we're going to bring our hands into what's called a mudra or a gesture. It's an energetic seal. And so I'll give you a couple of options here. This first one is called Unshakable Trust. So you bring your right hand, your right palm towards your heart and the left palm just on top. And we're going to actually interlace. So 3 fingers, your index, middle, and ring finger stay down, whereas the pinky and the thumb can expand. So you can see that. And we just hook the thumb with the pinky finger on either side, and then the 3 fingers kind of cup here. So just come a little bit closer so you can see. So we're kind of grabbing hold. And so you fold onto your hands like so. And so with your palms, like so, we're gonna open the shoulders, open the collarbones, and you're just gently pulling at the wrists, at the hands, so that you're creating a direction that goes just a little bit of connection there in the hands. And this is a seal that we're going to hold, and it's called unshakable trust. So we're really cultivating a sense of self-trust, a sense of connection to our purpose. And while we're here, we're going to be cultivating a connection to a mantra or a chant that we're going to share. I'm going to just invite this one to start if that's not comfortable. There's another one that's called Ganesha Mudra, where you bring the right thumb down and the left thumb up, and then just hook the fingers to touch. So you'll see how that goes in your body. It still requires a little bit of opening through the shoulders. And if at any point, if you start to feel fatigued or just unsure, just feel free to bring your hands and keep it simple, maybe hands facing up or down. And so over the next couple minutes, we're going to be here cultivating this. And the invitation is just to keep that steady breath. And if you're new to any chanting or sound practices, the invitation is to follow along, or you can also just simply receive. And so the chant today is to the goddess Durga, and Durga is the divine feminine. So this is a mantra for protection and for strength. And it's a salutation to the feminine, protect. And so just the universal station of all Doom, which is Durga, and Durgaye, which is the name of the goddess, and Namaha. So I'll start with a few of these, and we're going to do about just 21 of them. So feel free to join in as we get started. So it goes Om Doom Durgaye Namaha. So taking a deep breath in through the nose, exhale out the mouth. Inhaling through the nose. One more big exhale. And begin. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. 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 Last one. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. Salutations to the divine feminine for protection. Taking another deep breath in through the nose. Maybe an exhale through the mouth. Your eyes are closed, gently opening. We'll start with some Sufi grinds. So these are just gentle circles. So coming forward and back. And these circles can be as big or small as you like, as feels good in your body. I do these every day and they really help to loosen up my lower back and my hips. Like many of you, I'm also a student, so I do a lot of sitting and reading. And so this is a really good movement to take. And I can take it more than once a day, a couple more times in this direction and we'll switch. I mean, it can become a moving meditation as well. And when you're ready, taking it to the other direction. Wherever you are, linking your breath here. Last one. And coming back to center. And when you're ready, we're going to do some gentle neck circles. So feel free to just take half circles if you've got any pain or discomfort in your neck, or if you have the mobility, you can take a full circle. Just gently tracing your nose from either side of your shoulders, all the way up towards the sky and around. More options. When you're ready, taking it over the other direction. Just being very gentle with your body, mindful of your breath. Never forcing, just going with the flow. And bringing your head back to neutral. When you're ready here, bringing the right hand over towards the left side of the head. And we'll bend the right ear towards the right shoulder, just stretching out the left side of the neck. Might feel good. You can accentuate the stretch by bringing your left fingertips towards the earth. And we'll just take 3 breaths here. And releasing the head, coming back to neutral, taking it over to the other side. Three smooth, deep breaths. When you're ready, releasing. Bring our right hand over towards the right side of the mat. Inhale, sweep up your left arm. Maybe just reaching towards the sky. That feels good in your body. You can also lean over a little bit more, take a bit more of a side stretch, opening through the left side waist. Wherever you are, spinning, opening your heart towards the sky. Maybe even looking up. One more deep breath here. And your next inhale, coming back up to center, taking it over to the other side. So walking the left fingertips over, inhaling, reaching the right arm towards the sky. That feels good in your body. You might lean over the right fingertips a little bit more, stretching through the side waist. Wherever you are, spinning your heart towards the sky, taking a deep breath in. When you're ready, gently releasing. We're going to make our way into child's pose. So finding comfortable place, you can have your big toes touching, and a couple options here. Your knees can be nice and wide, or you can bring them closer together. So whatever feels more accessible to your body. And you can also extend your arms out in front of you here, or bring them behind you. So I'll give you a couple of variations. We're going to be here for 5 deep breaths. My hope is that you can bring your forehead to the earth. And if you're having any difficulties reaching here, please use any bolsters, cushions, or blankets to support your body. And we're taking this moment to go inwards, really connecting with your breath here. Allowing things to slow down in our minds, slow down in our body. And your left hand to stack on top of your right. We're just going to stretch a little bit through the left side waist. And when you're ready, walking both of your hands over towards the left. So maybe stacking your right hand on top of your left palm and stretching through the right side waist. We're still in that child's pose form. Keeping the forehead on the earth if you can. Finding a steadiness in your breath. Next inhale, coming onto all fours. So bringing your knees underneath your hips, with your fingers nice and wide on your mat, on your blanket. And we're just going to take some gentle movements here to keep warming up the spine. So cat-cow. Might feel good to exhale and round the spine, round the neck, bring the nose towards your heart. And on your inhale, slowly unraveling your spine, opening your heart and lifting up your chest. Maybe even looking up and repeating. So we're going to do enough cycles of this for the next minute or so to really warm up the spine. And the invitation here is to really go inwards and follow your breath. So allow your breath to be the guide. Allow your breath to massage your spine. Maybe slowing down or feeling out any spaces that feel like they need a little bit of attention. And just getting curious with the sensations that come up or the thoughts that arise. And just allow them to move through you as you're moving your body. Feel free to take it in a non-linear direction as well if you want to do some circles. Feels good in your body. When you're ready, we're going to come sit on to our face towards you here. So sitting onto your heels. You can also sit on a block or anything to make any more space for your knees. We're going to be here for about a minute or so, but just that same variation. So maybe bringing your hands towards your knees, and instead of moving the whole head and neck, we're just going to lift the heart forward and exhale around the spine. So keeping the chin a little bit parallel to the floor, just allowing the movement to come from the upper and mid back. Just the same movement here. Listening how that feels through your shoulders. And from here, we're going to circle out the shoulders. So bringing them down, forward, up, and back. I'm going to start in this direction and then switch, but just really taking a moment to allow the shoulders and the muscles surrounding them to soften. And then the other direction. Just allowing your breath to help guide the movement. And when you're ready here, we're going to inhale with the shoulders up and exhale, let them drop. Inhale up, and exhale, drop. Inhale up, exhale, drop. Inhale up, exhale, drop. Just letting go of any tension, any stress in the body. I know I carry a lot of mine in my neck and my shoulders, so using your breath and your body to help to release any stored up energy. Last one, inhale, exhale, release. Shaking it out. From here, just invitation to inhale, sweep your arms up. So we're going to make our arms like a V shape. Sitting nice and tall. And from here, we're going to invite the breath in. So it's sort of like we're channeling in some energy. So imagining that we're cultivating the energy from the sun. So light energy coming in through the fingers and radiating down the arms into the heart. So we're going to follow the breath for 4, 3, 2, 1, and then hold your breath here for 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, out through the arms into the fingertips for 4, 3, 2, 1, and repeat inhaling fingertips to heart for 4, 3, 2, 1, holding at your heart 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, exhaling out to your fingertips for 4, 3, 2, 1. Last time, inhaling for 4, 3, 2, 1. Holding at your heart for 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And exhaling, gently releasing from the fingertips for 4, 3, 2, and 1. Gently releasing your arms back down and rubbing your palms together. And just noticing that energy between your fingertips, between your hands. Breathing in a deep breath. I'm just going to gently rub that through our head, our scalp, our forehead, to our neck, our shoulders, maybe even gently massaging at the ears. This is really calming for our nervous system. Even throughout the day, you can take a couple of deep breaths, some neck circles and shoulder shrugs that we did, and just rub your ears, and it helps to just calm the nervous system. And you're releasing, shaking out the wrists, the side. All right, so we're going to get into a little bit more of an active part of our practice. So we're going to do a few sun salutations here. So if you've got anything in the way, just move it over to the side and join me at the top of your mat. We'll start just by bringing our feet. You can have your feet close together. So big toes between your heel, or if you feel like you need a little bit more stability, you can take your feet about hips width apart and softly bend your knees. And so we're going to bring our hands out to our side and just find a nice tall spine. Taking a deep breath here. This is our foundational form. This is the mountain pose. So as we move through this next warm up is to really being steady in your breath, as steady and smooth as you can as you're able to breathe in this mountain form. and open.
So we're going to stop the video there, and then we will be back in 5 minutes. Thank you, everyone. All right, it is now noon in Tucson local time. So I think we're going to Dr. Kyo remarks.
Yes, just 1 second here.
Sure.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Hope you found the yoga invigorating or got some good food to eat. Next up, we have Albert McLeod. And before that, I just want to remind everybody to please submit questions in the Q&A spot on Zoom. Please keep your mic on mute. And please be mindful of your own personal wellness during this event. Take breaks as needed. And we reserve the right to remove anyone. So please try to be cordial and civil. Be a good relative. All right, okay. Albert McLeod is a status Indian with ancestry from Nisichawayasihk, Cree Nation, and the Métis communities of Cross Lake and Norway House in northern Manitoba. He has over 30 years of experience as a human rights activist and was one of the founders of the Two-Spirited People of Manitoba. Albert began his Two-Spirit advocacy in Winnipeg in 1986 and became an HIV/AIDS activist in 1987. He was the director of the Manitoba Aboriginal AIDS Task Force from 1991 to 2001. In 2018, Albert received an honorary doctorate of law from the University of Winnipeg. He was also a member of the sub-working group that produced the MMIWG 2SLGBTQQIA+ National Action Plan report in 2020 to 2021. In 2020, Albert joined Team Thunderhead, the team that recently won the international competition to design the LGBTQ2+ National Monument in Ottawa. Albert lives in Winnipeg, where he works as a consultant specializing in Indigenous peoples, Two-Spirit history and identity, cultural reclamation, and cross-cultural training. Thank you so much for being here, Albert.
Thank you, Felina and William, for inviting me to be part of your session. I just want to say that I was in the US recently, as Seánna talked about the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues in New York. We did prevent an intervention from the Canadian Aboriginal AIDS Network in the first week. Also attended the 12th annual Two-Spirit Powwow in San Francisco in February. And that's hosted by the Bay Area American Indian Two-Spirit Society. And recently I was in Albuquerque at the Circle of Harmony, the Indigenous HIV/AIDS conference that happens there. And so met a lot of my counterparts that are working in human justice in the US, as well as in the Two-Spirit community and the HIV/AIDS community. I am going to present about, I guess, the perspective of Indigenous LGBTQ or Two-Spirit people in, these commissions and inquiries that have been happening, not just in Canada, but around the world. There are 40 truth and reconciliation commissions that have happened around the world, and many of them relating to violence, but also genocide. And I think Canada is no different in that case. And so, as Seánna mentioned, it does go back to 1996 with the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples, followed by the Aboriginal Justice Inquiry from Manitoba, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission from 2008 to 2011, and then recently the National Inquiry into Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls. And I'm going to use slides to portray some of what I want to share with you. I'll just go into share screen, see if I can find that little thing. Oh, here it is. Can you see my slides?
Yep, we can see them.
So this is called Two-Spirit Re-emergence in the 21st century, and with regard to colonial violence, which is inherently about misogyny and homophobia and transphobia. And as I mentioned, not just in North America, but South America, India, Australia, South Asia, the Philippines, that European colonial era of 500 years where they imposed the binary gender identity on Indigenous peoples. So for Indigenous queer people in the Americas, it is a re-emergence of our identities, ourselves, a lived experience, but also our cultural and governance roles. So that's why I call it re-emergence. And this is a logo from September 30th is the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation in Canada, about, reparations or coming out of that experience of Indian residential schools and day schools in Canada that lasted over a 150-year period. And similarly, in the US, you've had the boarding schools, and I know in Australia, similar schools where children were removed from their families. So I noted in the last couple of years, since this has been a national initiative, that there was no referencing about Two-Spirit people or Indigenous LGBT students in these schools. And we had to realize some of these students were there until they were 18 and 19. So they were not just children, they were young adults. Some of them were in the schools for up to 10 years. So I created this logo and I created t-shirts because that's how we do it in Canada. We have orange t-shirts that many sectors of society will wear to represent their alliance to this movement of decolonization, but also the idea of reconciliation and the damage that the schools had done to Indigenous peoples. So I created this t-shirt that says, "Every Two-Spirit child matters." So it is about inclusivity and to recognize that these schools were not just filled with children who were cis male or female or heteronormative. This is where I come from in Hilda. Again, Anderson-Pyrz is my cousin, a distant cousin, and we come from northern Manitoba, northern Canada. And there you can see the Hudson's Bay, which is really where the early settlers arrived over 400 years ago from Europe and began this process of forced assimilation or colonization of Indigenous people. So our trauma, our erasure, in many cases is longer than what occurred in other parts of the Americas because we were close to the coast and we had exposure much earlier to this idea of assimilation or living Western lives. So I live in Winnipeg, which is the capital city of Manitoba, and it means murky water because we're on a delta going into Lake Winnipeg and Lake Manitoba. And that Red River comes actually from around Fargo. South of Fargo is the Mississippi River that goes to the Gulf of Mexico. So just south of us in Minnesota, North Dakota is sort of a river that goes north and a river that goes south. The red dot is the little village I grew up in the 1950s and 60s. So again, we're bush people, we're very northern people, very historically land-based people. Now, these are the different colonial places I lived as a child, where, again, my family is part of the Hudson Bay Company fur trade that goes back 250 years. My family was involved in the tail end of the Hudson Bay fur trade, and it was about intermarriage between the Cree people and the Scottish people, particularly the men who were running the fur trade. So my grandfather is Albert Bethune McIver, who was born in northern Manitoba around 1900, so 123 years ago. And my grandmother, who was my mentor growing up as a child, as a feminine little boy in the 50s and 60s, she was my mentor because she was an artist. She was very much knowledgeable about Cree traditions, living on the land, and she made moccasins and mucklucks and tangerine hides, and was a fisherwoman. And so she was somebody I really modeled myself after, and that's the one with the red dot. And her name was Mary Madeline Moose. And she is from the reserve that I am now a member of, Nisichawayasihk Cree Nation in northern Manitoba. And she was born in 1897. And she never spoke English. She was a Hudson Bay Company factor wife, and she never saw the need to assimilate beyond being a wife, and she held on to her language until she died at the age of 93 in 1990. Now, when I talk about Indigenous women and Two-Spirit people, it is not just the contemporary nuances of living either an urban lifestyle or living in a Western life This is a photograph from northern Manitoba that shows a Cree woman making moccasins. And this image is called The Distance of Ethical Space. So in this case, this woman, has learned from her grandmothers, her great-grandmothers, about survival and how the land can be used to survive, particularly the winter season, which is harsh in Canada. So she's using that knowledge. So it is that dexterity of her hands, the knowledge in her mind, her eyes to design and craft things which were about survival. She's making moccasins for hunting in the winter, right? And if you look at the back of this photograph, you'll see a man watching the photographer, and that's likely her husband or her partner, right? And so that place of Indigenous women is that inherent knowledge, that inalienable right to live on the land, to create things you need to survive, not just physically, mentally, but also psychologically and spiritually. So we see now a resurgence of ribbon skirt making and beadwork, which again is that resurgence of this ability and that ethical space. Now, when you think about safety of Indigenous women and Two-Spirit people, when you insert yourself into that ethical space, you need to be on point. You need to know your stuff, whether it's international human rights, like the Universal Declaration on Indigenous Rights, constitutional rights of your nation, human rights of your society, whether federal or provincial or state in your case. So it's really neat, like if you have something that is important enough, this woman will look up and take notice. If it's just word salads or false promises, she's not going to look up. She's not going to care because you're not telling the truth. You're not sharing anything that is going to protect her and her children and her family or her community. So in terms of my grandmother, she created this with my aunt in the winter of 1949, 1950. So this is a vestige of what she left for this generation in the 21st century about that beauty and vibrance and power of Indigenous culture and history that she herself experienced growing up in the early 1900s. So this is a legacy she left us for this time as we grapple with murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit people and that colonial violence, right? And to understand these things are part of how we survive. It's not just through politics, but through art. So now, as well as, in the discourse around the binary, the imposition of the binary, which means the ideal male, ideal female, which are heterosexual or straight people, and they're cis male, cis female. And that is an idealized concept that I don't think really existed before colonization. I think it's a false tool that was developed by colonists to disrupt Indigenous societies so that resource extraction would be easier once these nations were disabled. Now, this is an online documentary about a local man who has an epiphany about being Indigenous, First Nations, and gay. And in working with a cultural knowledge keeper, Ojibwe language specialist, he helped with the title of this documentary, and it is accessible online for free. And he said, well, what you're really talking about, the place, the history of Two-Spirit people is something we already know. And that makes sense because some of the historians and academics or social anthropologists have identified over 156 Indigenous nations in North America that had words and terms for people that we would consider LGBTQ. So it's something that Indigenous people have known for thousands of years. And it is definitely something that was disrupted by colonization and the introduction of these schools, whether they were mainstream Western schools or boarding schools or residential schools. Now, Two-Spirit people today who are involved in our community, activists, as educators, as leaders. So we have Dr. Alex Wilson from Manitoba, who is a professor at the University of Saskatchewan, Dr. Chantal Fiola at the University of Winnipeg, who is Métis. And then a youth, the next generation, Jordi Arnstar, who is now on the board of directors of the Saskatoon Two-Spirit Alliance. So youth, again, beginning to create these entities to create safe spaces, in this case for Two-Spirit people. And Laurie McDonald, who is actually a Two-Spirit survivor of an Indian residential school in Alberta. And Laurie's from Enoch Cree Nation. And Laurie is a member of the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation's Survivors Council, the first Two-Spirit person on that council. As well, we've had some, intimations about the harms that colonialism has done. So we had the Pope from the Vatican visit Canada last summer and make some apologies for the harms that the Roman Catholic Church had done in, managing over 3/4 of the Indian residential schools in Canada. And that sort of forced assimilation into Western ways. And so the mental, emotional, spiritual, psychological, and sexual trauma and abuses that occurred under the Roman Catholic Church. And so this is Chief Wilton Littlechild, who was one of the co-drafters of the Universal Declaration of Indigenous Rights that took over a 20-year period meeting with the Pope. Now, when we talk about human rights and equity, it is about who we are as human beings. In this case, for queer people, it is about who we desire, who we are attracted to, intimately or sexually, how we seek pleasure, how we intimacy intimacy with a lover or a partner, how we express our innate lust, which is a part of every human being's creation, is the desire to have sex. And then love itself. So that's in context to what the Roman Catholic Church did, which was all of these things were vilified and seen as corrupt, and that it was shameful and it needed to be sort of, absolved by the church, even though these things existed prior to colonization and the European churches. So the conversation about coming out of the misogyny and homophobia and transphobia is understanding the conversation is about equity. So these are two power dancers from the United States, from the Nevada area, and they openly express their love for each other by kissing. We rarely see two men kissing as an act of love or intimacy or bonding. And that is normal. It should be normal. It should be normalized, right? Because that is how people survive, through relationships, through bonding, and like I said, and through that emotional, psychological, and physical love. And it's no different for gay people or lesbian people or transgender people. Now, in terms of understanding, our relationship with the broader LGBT liberation movement in America, around the world, the first Pride flag had 8 colors, and it was condensed down to 6, the one that we're familiar with now. But the ones that we removed were about spirituality at the bottom there, the violet color. And then the hot pink was about sexuality. So again, even in this process of liberation, it was in some ways censored or condensed to be palatable to mainstream society. Now here is the progressive flag, which is the contemporary Pride flag, which shows the inclusion of Indigenous people and queer people of color, as well as transgender people with the Pride flag colors. The other 2 are Indigenous ones that represent Two-Spirit or Indigenous LGBTQ people with the eagle feathers, and the bottom one is one with the medicine wheel. Now, that history, as I mentioned earlier, was about, in the 1800s, there were still representations of Two-Spirit people that had survived despite the imposition of, resettlement of Indigenous peoples, the murder of Indigenous people, the intentional pushing of Indigenous peoples west from the East Coast. That Wewa was one of those examples of a trans female from the Zuni culture. And in that language, lahamana is the term that would use for a trans female. And Wewa lived from 1849 to 1896. And so here's a photograph that actually portrays, Beauvoir in female regalia, and she was born as a biological male, and she was a revered leader for her community. So the point of this photograph is that we have to think about how many other trans females and trans males were present at this time in the mid-century of the 1800s across North America and South America that were still leaders in their community. There's very few instances that have been left because that history has been erased and censored by society, by academics, by institutions like universities. And so this is a rare glimpse to a situation where one person at least is identified. Another one is Yellowhead, who is an Ojibwe trans female in the early 1800s. And she was recorded by John Tanner, who was captured by the Ojibwe, and he was raised among them till he was about 30 years old. And in his journal, he talks about meeting Beauvoir in northern Minnesota, and she was 50 years old at the time, and she wanted to marry John Tanner, but he begged off and didn't want to marry a trans female who was 50 years old. And the chief arranged that, they found another husband for Beauvoir. But again, this situates the fact that there was trans Indigenous peoples in the Americas at that time. Now, that story was retold in a film in 1970 called Little Big Man, but the cultural context was changed to Lakota. And so in the Lakota culture, wingte is a term used for a trans female. So there were two characters who went through a similar situation where a wingte wanted to marry a man who was from outside the community, in this case, a white man. So in this film, if you watch it, you will see this depiction, which is actually based on the story of John Tanner. Now, the work we're doing now around, having such a thing as a national inquiry into murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. And, the previous government said it wasn't on the horizon. The following government complied and did follow through with this inquiry. And the outcome of it is really, the inquiry did identify that what is happening in Canada and likely the US and South America can be constituted as genocide. Not sort of overt genocide, a more subtle incremental genocide, where the structure of the society is built in such a way that it results in the death of Indigenous peoples, and primarily in this case, Indigenous women and Two-Spirit people. And that these systems are driven on their own. They don't need, an intention. They're structured from, 200 years ago to function without, despite whatever government's in power, whether it's, a hospital or a university or a governance center, that they will continue to function to create a context of genocide for Indigenous peoples. That's core what we need to understand in this work, and that we need to confront colonial genocide. We need to name it, we need to call it out, and we need to change it. Now, when I was working on the National Action Plan report during the COVID pandemic, it took us 40 weeks to write that using Zoom. It came to my mind what we were actually saying to Canada and to the world. And this is what it came to my mind, is that Indigenous women and Two-Spirit people are indispensable to the future of Canada as a nation. And Hilda talked about that, about shifting gears, right? Pivoting away from our old colonial pathways that for many non-Indigenous peoples is beneficial, but for Indigenous peoples, it's deadly. So as a state, we have to use our ethics and morals to do that pivot, to shift onto a new path, right? If we want to call ourselves democracies, right? If we want to say that we uphold everybody's rights, regardless of race or ethnicity or gender or sexual orientation. So really, it is informing people that you need to have a relationship with Indigenous women about power and place. A lot of the marches that are happening today are about power and place. And that's what we did in the LGBT community. We marched, right, in pride marches for decades. Because what we were doing was showing society we exist. And we have a place in our society that taking that 3 square foot of space on a road is demonstrating that. And you have to do it over and over and over again. So, but when you are marching, you get a different point of view because you're in the middle of a road. You get to look around and see the buildings, right? You get to see the people. You get a different point of view. And that gives you liberation. That gives you courage and that gives you strength. But we also need to address the external and internal genocide in our community. There's many Indigenous women who are murdered because of domestic violence. We call it domestic violence, but what it is actually is murder, right? Someone has decided that you no longer have the right to breathe on this planet. Whatever motivation, and in truth, it's not their right to even think that way. And we've had that violence in Canada where it is other Indigenous people who are perpetrating that violence. And that goes back to the old patriarchy, that old, toxic masculinity that is still very present in our community that contributes to misogyny and to homophobia and transphobia. Now, today I want to recognize Brandy Renee Westerkvat, who is a trans female from Regina, which is in the province next door. She went missing 11 years ago. So this is an example of what can happen in our society. A young person becomes vulnerable, not just because they're Indigenous or First Nations, but because of their gender identity. And they become disappeared, right? And this is not accidental, right? This is not random. This is an intentional construction of our society, of our democracy. That Indigenous people can be disappeared from the street and never found again, right? And she has many family members who are looking for her, many Two-Spirit people who are looking for her because that story has not been told. There has been no closure. And that undermines us mentally, emotionally, and psychologically, right? And that is trauma, and that is abuse, and that is genocide, when we have to carry that burden of the unknown. So in Canada, there's 1.8 million Indigenous people, and I know the US, it's about almost 5 million. But when I think about what proportion of the Indigenous society could be LGBTQ, I take a ratio of 10%, so that could be 180,000. There's no research, it could be high as 20% or 30% of the population. So, we're not we may be seen as a minority, but we are a significant proportion of our communities and our societies and our governance responsibilities as well. Now, in our idea of colonialism, we've been fed for a very long time the supremacy of your Christian belief systems. And that was really the plan. So what was happened was that institutions, fed us this information through politics, through academia, books, magazines, and films. And we're bombarded by them every day and every year because, Santa Claus comes every year. But this is that, propaganda that we're exposed to, that white European males are superior and they know best for everybody else, right? And so some of this imagery, and even it was proposed to us very early on that God, the Supreme Being, was actually a white European man. And we see that in the Sistine Chapel by Michelangelo. And then the film, The Ten Commandments, again, is that position that white European belief systems were superior to any others. But what if God was a woman, or the creator or creation was female and not men? And I think that is the supposition we're putting out right now as a solution to violence and reorienting ourselves to our relationships, especially in the Americas, around land-based knowledge. As my grandmother was a leader, right, an artist. And these are two Cree women from the early 1800s. And this is Ashley Collingbow, actually, who became Mrs. Universe in 2015. But you can see the disparity and the difference and the impact of living in a Western society where she wears the crown of colonialism and she wears makeup, a different type of makeup than her predecessors. And she's sexualized, right? So these are the contemporary social influences that we're struggling with in our society. And again, this is a painting from 2017 of Harmonia Rosales. In her deconstruction, she replaces that painting in the Sistine Chapel by Michelangelo by putting an African-American woman or an African woman in that seat of the creation of God or the supreme being. And then that the creation of humans was actually not from a man, Adam, but actually from a female. And we know this anthropologically and historically that all life of humans began in Africa, right? So this painting is true about truth, right? Now, in naming and renaming as a spiritual practice of Indigenous peoples, and in working with my mentor, Roger Roulette, he said, Indigenous peoples gave an offering to receive a spirit name. So we called into the spirit world, and a spirit entity would come and be with us and guide us throughout our life so that we would be saved, so we would be survived. So that is the origin of spirit names. And many of us carry spirit names today. And for the Indigenous LGBT community, that happened in 1990. But at one of our gatherings here in Manitoba, we received that spirit name, and it is called Two Spirits. The name came during a time of resistance, the Oka resistance in Quebec, as well as a time when an Indigenous leader killed some federal legislation that was put into place, was attempted to put in place without consulting with Indigenous peoples. And our leader here, Elijah Harper, voted no and then killed that legislation. So for myself, Two Spirits really is not about just the human experience of gender or sex or sexual orientation. I believe it's more than that. In terms of one of the spirits it talks about is the spirit that it binds Indigenous LGBTQI people to the energy and power of the natural and spiritual worlds. It also binds Indigenous LGBTQ plus people to the spirit of respect, nurturing, and love in our families, communities, and nations. Now, Roger also shared that the Ojibwe word for humans is awe, which literally means the animate being is who the animate being is, who they are supposed to be. And that we are an intentional part of creation as two-spirit people. But the complication is that in Algonquin languages such as Cree and Ojibwe, pronouns have no gender as in he or she, as they do in other languages such as English. Instead, they have proximate, which are understood to be either he or she or something alive. And so this is the conversation we need to have, that as humans, we have inalienable inherent rights to exist, to access the privileges that we're eligible for, just based on the fact that we are Indigenous peoples in the Americas. So we have a right to education, housing, health, all of those things, and it should not be a question. Roger also said that humans were understood that every child had a purpose, a role, a destiny, and possessed a divine gift. This philosophy applies to LGBTQI, two-spirit people who also come from the spiritual world. To negatively interfere with the life journey of two-spirit people is a social and cultural taboo among Indigenous peoples around the world. As well, Roger shared the term Meniguisiwin, which means something that is given or received from the divine. So when we do our work around anti-Indigenous racism, decolonization, addressing murder and missing Indigenous women and girls and two-spirit people, we have that capacity, that power, and that ability to call into the divine and receive those tools and receive that knowledge and those gifts to do this work. because we're not doing it alone. We're not doing it just as human beings. So as I mentioned earlier, this is how communities would look pre-contact. In the center, you see the roles and status of Two-Spirit people. This is what happened, is the imposition of colonialism and the binary gender identity and heterosexism. And you see really prominent in the US now that pushback of LGBTQI rights and that, toxic masculinity, that patriarchy, that shaming, right? And that violence that's coming out. And to me, it's like, you can't recolonize America, right? Or South America. We have to find a path forward and not recolonize ourselves. We cannot go back in time. We have to go forward. So the faded area is what we're working in now. We're bringing back that knowledge. We're restoring that knowledge to make a strong community again, because we need everybody involved in this process of decolonization and stopping the misogyny and the homophobia and the transphobia. So the Two-Spirit movement began, around, 48 years ago with the founding of Gay American Unions in San Francisco, and Deborah Cameron, who's Lakota, and Randy Burns were those early instigators of that sort of coming out as an Indigenous idea, or this Indigenous identity as being LGBTQ. We've also had our own journey across North America of reconciliation. In that we've gone to visit each other, and no one had to tell us to do that. It was just this thing that the border was something constructed by politics. So we began a 36-year journey across Turtle Island of attending international Two-Spirit gatherings. And this year, the 36th gathering, will be happening outside of Halifax in Nova Scotia. And this is a grassroots movement. Each Two-Spirit group is hosting Indigenous Two-Spirit people to their territory to learn about their traditions, their language, their ceremonies, their culture, and their sacred landscapes. And you can see we've been far down as Tucson, San Francisco, Edmonton in Northern Canada, Long Island, New York, Winnipeg 4 times. And so this is the amazing Two-Spirit race. If you got a backpack and you just go on your bike or hitchhike, we've been doing it for 36 years. So this is the Montana Two-Spirit gathering. So this resurgence or re-emergence is about, contributing to a healthy community. And many of us are scholars, many of us are doctors, some of us are nurses, some of us are professors, some of us are artists, some of us are powwow dancers. So we are very much invested in our communities and our families and our contributors to the democracy, but also the social and cultural wealth. And this is an example in the province next door. They actually created a Two-Spirit Governance Council in response to the inquiry and this process of decolonization. Our Prime Minister also apologized to those years of suppression and oppression through colonialism, and include Two-Spirit people in that apology in 2017. For suppressing Two-Spirit Indigenous values and beliefs, we are sorry. They've also followed up with, the inquiry, but during the inquiry, out of the 231 calls for justice, there were 32 that were specific to Two-Spirit people. And in the acronym, Canada, we love acronyms, and we probably got the longest acronyms going, I think, as Felina said when she described the title of the report we wrote. It must be, I don't know, it must have the whole alphabet, actually. But when you say to us LGBTQIA+, Two-Spirit is that name, the spirit name we received 33 years ago. L for lesbian, G for gay man, B for bisexual person, T for transgender person, male or female, Q for queer or gay people, Q for questioning or someone that is exploring their gender or sexuality, I for intersex person, and A for asexual person. Now, when that report was released, the inquiry report was released June of 2019, one of our elders that was part of that support team was a Two-Spirit or First Nation lesbian grandmother, and here she is, Elder Nisichawayasihk, holding the eagle staff. And behind her is actually a transgender eagle staff. The pink and the white is the transgender eagle staff. Now, as mentioned earlier, with Hilda and the Families and Survivors Sub-Working Group, I was part of the 2S LGBTQIA working group, and there was other ones like the Urban Group, and there's, I think, each of these groups has published a report, and these are accessible online. And these are the two-spirit justice areas. I'm not going to go through them all, but again, it is all those facets of society that need to be addressed as we do this work of decolonization and reconciliation, and making society and places safe for two-spirit people. These are the reports. Ours is on the right, the blue one, and this one on the left, or pink one, is actually the federal government's National Action Plan. And we also asked for reparations, and one of them was apologies, from the 7 Canadian churches that ran Indian residential and day schools for the erasure of the two-spirit identity and further racism, homophobia, and transphobia promulgated in these schools and in our communities. And I know that's true in the US as well. We do have Christian-oriented communities that are stuck and are not supportive of same-sex marriage or gay rights or transgender people. And this is the process of education. And I'd like to note that when the Pope was here, he did not mention Indigenous LGBTQ people at all. So it's still that there are interveners, there are gatekeepers who are still preventing that final truth coming out, that final reconciliation, and that finally reparation coming out. Canada, beyond the apology, has given funds for building capacity in the LGBT community. That includes two-spirit people as well. We have a national two-spirit organization in Canada that is funded and has been funded in the last few years. So it's just getting its feet in terms of being one of the national Indigenous organizations in Canada. The Métis people as well have also responded, and there are 2 Métis locals that are two-spirit specific in Manitoba, and I think there is one in British Columbia. And again, some of the organizations, the nonprofit organizations that have been funded, there are 7 now in Canada that have received a significant contribution in funds to build that grassroots capacity. And again, as I mentioned earlier, art is that other mechanism, that other voice that we need in this work. So the Kent Monkman is a two-spirit artist, originally from Manitoba, very successful artist. And he's helped us understand that history, to see that trauma, that violence that has led to, the violence today around murder, missing Indigenous women and girls. When the state itself is involved with the police, who were involved with the church in removing these children from their parents and their communities. And as an artist, he's painted it because there is no evidence, there is no photographs of that era or films that would have depicted what actually happened on the ground. And Kent Monkman also has a female persona, and her name is Miss Chief Eagle Testicle, and she's very popular, and she's part of that trickster identity, whether it's Wisagajak in the Cree culture, Nanabojo, the Ojibwe culture, or Coyote or Raven, which is it's a deity that always holds the mirror up to humans when we're being foolish, when we're being naive, when we're being harmful to each other. And so the name is a play on words. As trickster, she plays mischief on people, and she tickles people with that mischief, right? So that's why she carries this name, Mischief Eagle Testicle. And this is her in Paris. And again, the younger generation is, again, contributing to this narrative of what it is like to be two-spirit in the 21st century. And here's Wawate Fobister, who is a successful artist and playwright. And I found a similar image from 1832, which is almost 200 years ago, which evokes, again, they reflect each other where they are androgynous. This is likely a male chief, but again, you don't know the gender, right? So again, as I mentioned, the Bay Area American Indian Two-Spirit Powwow in February, a genderless powwow. So again, we are reasserting our place in community and making safe spaces for that cultural and social expression. Now, these are a two-spirit transgender, and in the Ojibwe culture, the word for a trans female is called agokwe, which means a hidden woman. So here they are born biological male, but are socialized and identify mentally, emotionally, spiritually, psychologically, and sexual as female. Okay. And they're all princesses, by the way. This poster was developed to reach out to two-spirit youth who may be struggling with their identity. They may be depressed or suicidal. So we wanted to send them a visual cue that it is possible to have a good education, to have a career, you know, to have a life, to have a partner, to get married. So we developed this poster on the left. And again, this was at our first two-spirit powwow, I think in 2017 at our Pride event here in Winnipeg. And again, going forward, again, as I mentioned, the Two-Spirit Society. And this is our Prime Minister. Shortly after winning the election, he was in Toronto Pride Parade. And here he's enjoying himself. And behind him is actually a Two-Spirit activist from Ontario. So we're very close to power. So in terms of best practice, adapt to the Two-Spirit reality of your child, continue the love and nurturing, support Two-Spirit gatherings, support chosen or surrogate families of Two-Spirit people, create and support Two-Spirit rites of passage. So me growing up in the 50s and 60s, my rite of passage was those Avon mini lipstick samplers. That was if I could get my hands on those, that was my rite of passage. Affirm personal gender identity, expression, and pronouns, include Two-Spirit in cultural, spiritual, and political events, and then provide Two-Spirit specific sexual health information. And again, as Felina mentioned, that I am on Team Thunderhead that helped design the LGBTQ2 National Monument in Ottawa, our capital city. And this is just a vision of what it will look like. It is a Two-Spirit healing circle that includes a fire. And those 13 stones will come from our 13 provinces and territories. And it will be Two-Spirit people who select those stones that will be shipped to Ottawa to be placed around this fire. And as I mentioned, this is the Two-Spirit t-shirt to remind everybody on that day of September 30th that we were in those schools too. And we have a story to tell as well. And that it just was not about, heteronormative experience or a cis male and cis male experience. The Two-Spirit people experienced damage from what these schools had done to our identity, our history, and our, our lives today. This is a medicine bundle. I'm going to wrap up shortly if there's any comments or questions from a Two-Spirit program in British Columbia. And so it's reaching out around sexual health and HIV and sexually transmitted infections. So this was actually presented at AIDS 22, the International AIDS Conference in Montreal last year. And it got attention of the media. So this again is an example of how we're contributing to our own health, but also the health of other people. And again, last year, our federal government moved the acronym of 2S from the back where it had been historically to the front officially in Canada, because we are, historically and archaeologically or anthropologically, we are the first LGBTQ people of the Americas. That's not a question. So we should have prominence at the front because it is our history, our cultures that can influence settler society that is still in many ways struggling. So Canada released an action plan of $100 million over 5 years. And again, I mentioned this. So this year we're having the first Two-Spirit Sundance in North America, which again, we bought 10 acres of land last year. So we're becoming, in our reconciliation process and dealing with, the violence, is we're creating ourselves safe places. So we're buying at least 10 acres of land back. That becomes Indigenous land. It becomes Indigenous territory. So again, that is part of that process of dealing with the violence and the misogyny and the trauma. We have 2 archives, one at the University of Minnesota and one at the University of Winnipeg, that are accessible online. And then in closing, it is about love. We will always love and need love, from when we're in the spirit world, through our creation into this world, through puberty, adulthood, our senior years, and when we return to the spirit world. So these are 2 of our elders. Barbara Bruce is a Métis elder working here. And that's, again, as I mentioned, Nisichawayasihk from Thunder Bay. And in closing, Roger said, Roger died last year suddenly as my mentor left us. But before he did that, he left us with this saying: the strength of a culture is not defined by what it can repel, but by what it can absorb. I understand that to be that our ancestors left us the knowledge and tools for this time after the Great Disruption, after those 500 years. And we're now picking up that knowledge, and we're picking up those tools to go into the 21st century. And we are dealing with genocide. We are dealing with anti-Indigenous racism, right? And we need those tools, and we need that knowledge to do this work. And that's all, folks. So we have a few minutes left. Let me check the time here. 8 minutes. If there's comments or questions, let me know.
Any comments or questions? Thank you so much. That was a lot of amazing information that I hadn't heard before. And I think it was very important to that you pointed out the damage that boarding schools, residential schools did to the Two-Spirit community, because I think that that's left out of the conversation a lot when we do talk about boarding schools. So thank you so much. It was great. Any questions, anyone?
Well, it was interesting. A lot of the health conferences I go to, not just in Canada, but in the US as well, in Albuquerque, when we were at the Circle of Harmony HIV conference, the room was filled with women and Two-Spirit people and transgender people. So we're the ones who are doing the health stuff, right? Like, where's the men? The men have to step up and get involved with this for themselves, right? To be allies beside us in doing this work. Because sometimes that violence that is directed to us comes from inside our families, our communities, and it is because of historic trauma. It is because of anti-Indigenous racism, right? And so, a lot of times we are the leaders or champions around public health or HIV or other issues. And so we need to, and I know someone mentioned that earlier on the chat, where's the voice of men in this process?
Yeah. We have a question here. Traditionally, what strengths did the Two-Spirit people hold?
Well, I don't have a pronoun anymore, following Roger Roulette, my mentor's, direction. So I call myself the fabulous animate being. And, we were creative, we were thinkers, we were analysts, we were artists, we were healers, and that's what I see really now. We work alongside the women and the grandmothers, and we are learning about the plant medicines, right? We are doing the beadwork. We are making the regalia for powwows. And now we're moving into the political sector, right? We do have Two-Spirit chiefs in Canada. And recently we advocated at the Assembly of First Nations, which represents 640 First Nations in Canada, a Two-Spirit council, right? Because they have a women's council, a veterans council, and a youth council. And we said, well, you can't advise about being Two-Spirit unless you're Two-Spirit. So in December 2021, They changed their charter to include a Two-Spirit Council. And we also did that here in Manitoba with the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs that has 64 First Nations. They are going to amend their constitution to include a Two-Spirit Council. So that's what we would like to see. Like I said, you know, what happens in the US happens in Canada and the reverse, because we are related despite that border. Right. And I think when we collaborate with each other, when we collaborate with Mexico, when we collaborate with South America, with Australia, New Zealand, Samoa, other colonized states, that we become stronger. Right. So I think that's why for Two-Spirit people, we've been on that 36-year journey. Some people hitchhiked, you know, some people took this old beater car and got on the road. Some people took a plane, a train. We got to each other however we could. For 36 years, we've been on the road, right? And so it's a mobile movement, and it honors each part of this Turtle Island by being present, by being in ceremony, by speaking to each other, by celebrating with each other, right? And so we need to learn from each other even more.
Yeah, I love the inclusive nature of the work that you're doing and how you're trying to connect everyone. So thank you so much. Any other questions? Yes, somebody said, yes, men have to push for change. Yes. Excellent presentation, such an important history and lesson for moving forward. Thank you. And somebody said, thank you for sharing so much knowledge and wisdom and for all that you do for our Two-Spirit community across Turtle Island.
Well, I think the logic, and it's only in hindsight, you get, when you have some perspective, you begin to see. Because in the rollout funding, you know, from the National Action Plan of the federal government, in the request for proposals, it says Indigenous women and 2S LGBTQIA people. So what it has done is it's established a third gender in the Indigenous community. And that's pre-contact, right? And I know that Navajo had up to 5 genders. So it is truly decolonization, and it is truly reconciliation when we are able to say, yes, we have third genders. And the positioning of Two-Spirit people out of that inquiry is we are part of that solution to the violence, because it changes the narrative between men and women, that power structure between men and women, which again is a colonial structure, right? The binary is a colonial structure. Someone had their hand up.
It was me.
Yeah, you want to go ahead and say your question?
Sure. Yeah, thank you. I had lowered it, you know, because it's sometimes you wonder, but first of all, thank you very much for the presentation. It was very informative. You know, one thing that I keep thinking about, and actually I just got done reading a book by Leanne Simpson called As We Have Always Done. I don't know if you read it, but she has several chapters on Two-Spirits and the history, very informative. You know, but what I'm thinking about is that all of this boils down to healing. I mean, you just mentioned, you know, and by no means by this comment, I'm not passing on any judgment. I'm actually a scholar. I'm a PhD student here at the University of Arizona. So you mentioned that there were several pronouns at the Navajo Nation, and yet today with colonization, I mean, I'm pretty sure last time I checked, this was several years ago, gay marriage was illegal in the Navajo Nation, you know, so like you were saying, these power structures, these hegemonies that are, you know, you essentially become an agent of the system where you're trying to defend when you feel threatened. So I mean, I just wonder, you know, how do you overcome those systems of hegemony and power?
Well, being present, right? We were present at the UN, right? We put ourselves in these political places. You know, when the Chiefs were running here for Manitoba, I wrote a press release and I said, you know, we can't go back to old ways of being. We need a Two-Spirit Council at the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs. And I told my friend who was going to be at the election, I said, print that press release in yellow and hand it out to all the delegates in that room. So you'll see who has it. And then put forward a resolution that establishes a Two-Spirit Council, and they will vote. And they had enough votes to pass it. That's what we can do. And it was just through a written press release and positioning someone in a place of influence that it happened. Now it is on their books, right? It is going to be part of their political constitution. And you can do that in the US with all of your power structures, is say, where is the two-spirit representation? Where's the legal representation for the benefits and eligibilities of queer people who are Indigenous in the US? Where's my house? Where's my education? Where's my job? You know, look how many treaties were signed. And where are the two-spirit people? We're living in poverty in urban centers. That's not right.
Thank you so much for that response and for the question. To honor everyone's time, if it's okay, I'd like to go to the next speaker. But Albert, that was amazing. And we really appreciate your voice and everything that you presented today. Thank you so much.
I'm going to a powwow now.
Oh, that's awesome.
See you guys.
Have a good time. Okay, bye. Okay. Up next, we have Lori McPherson. We had Lori on the symposium last year to talk about Lady Justice, Operation Lady Justice, in the Department of Justice in the US government. And super excited to have her back again this year. And she's got some new stuff to present to us all. So Lori McPherson is a senior policy advisor with the Sex Offender Investigations Branch of the United States Marshals Service. She served as a special advisor to the executive director of the White House Task Force on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Persons, Operation Lady Justice, and currently serves on the Department of Justice's Missing and Murdered Indigenous Persons Steering Committee. Prior to her time with USMS, she worked for over 10 years at the SMART Office, Department of Justice, for 2 years heading up the Child Sexual Exploitation Program for the National District Attorneys Association, 5 years as a local prosecutor in Fredericksburg, Virginia, and 5 years before that as a local public defender. She has been licensed to practice law in the Commonwealth of Virginia since 1996. So thank you so much for being here again, Lori. We're super excited to have you here. Thank you.
Thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, can hear you.
All right, great. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to pull up my PowerPoint here, make sure that this works. There we go. All right, can everyone see that?
I don't see anything. Does anybody
All right.
see? No.
All right, hang on. Let's try again. We'll get this figured out.
No worries. This has been happening all
Yeah, this is why we do it like this.
Yeah.
All right, how about now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let me all right, I'm going to go ahead and get started then. Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Lori McPherson. I work as a senior policy advisor with the U.S. Marshals Service, and I'm grateful for the invitation to be back here again this year. And it's always an honor to be invited to present in these spaces. I'm going to start off by giving a little bit of background about myself. I am of Northern and Western European descent. I am not affiliated with any tribe. I'm not a member of any tribe. And so I want to spend a few minutes telling you why my heart's in this work and why I'm invested in this work the way that I am. And it's really, when I stopped to think about it, it was really a three-part explanation, and it all of the stories started back in the early to mid 1990s. The first piece, and that's an actual picture from my bookshelf, one of the shelves where I have some of my books, history, legal books about Indian country. Started back in the mid-90s. I was in law school, began to get curious about Indian country, even though in Virginia at the time, I wasn't aware of the tribal lands that were around me at that time. And starting then and over the course of the following decades, I got really convicted and convinced of the treaty and trust responsibility that the federal government has to American Indian, Alaska Native people. And so from a professional point of view, that's the motivator, is that responsibility is something that I take really seriously and I try to carry through in the work that I do now with the Marshals Service. The second piece is that that's a picture, that little 6-part picture is a picture of a friend that I made up at the Metlakatla Indian community up off of Ketchikan in Alaska. This is, judging from the gray hair, this is probably 6 or 7 years ago. And it's just a representation of the experience and the time that I've spent not only with American Indian, Alaska Native people. I didn't have permission to put any person's picture up, so I went with my res dog friend. I have dear friends who are American Indian, Alaska Native. I have colleagues who are the same, and they've taught me and continue to teach me a tremendous amount about working in this space. I've also had the opportunity to travel the country to all kinds of tribal lands, from Alaska down to southern Arizona to southern Florida to up to Michigan, up all over the place. I was just in South Dakota last week. And so those relationships and spending time on the land has also reinforced that first passion of not only the duty and the responsibility to uphold treaty and trust responsibilities, but also a real personal caring for the folks who are in Indian country. And then the third piece is a more personal part of my story that I usually don't share, but it's been suggested to me that I start doing this, that, you know, I did not fall out with a silver spoon in my mouth and go to Ivy League schools. I was a kid who had a pretty serious drinking problem and first tried to get sober when I was 16, ended up getting sober when I was 21. My sobriety date is October 6th of 1993. I got sober my first semester of law school. And a couple of years after that, in 1995, I came out as queer. And between my involvement in the sober community and the queer community, and then my own personal experience of being the kind of kid who would have gone missing, but for some good luck around me, I could have been one of those folks very, very easily could have, you know, just drunk myself to death in a ditch and no one would have known where I was. And then knowing and loving people who are either in the queer community or in the sober community, who were on the streets at a very young age. I have a really deep just love for the kids who find themselves in that situation, because I could have been one of those kids and I know the adults who were those kids. And so I hope that little bit of background gives a little bit of framework about why I do this work and why I stay invested in it, that this is not a top-down initiative where I'm being forced to be involved in this work. This is something that comes up out of myself and that is a personal passion of mine. So with that, I'm going to move on to kind of the thesis that we have that we're working with here. And the thesis is that it's possible to reduce the number of American Indian, Alaska Native folks who go missing and to reduce the amount of time that they are gone. You know, we put this together because I think so much of the work that was being done was in silos, and even when folks were connecting up on task forces, on working groups, on really good work like that, that there wasn't an overarching goal, there wasn't an overarching statement really driving the work, even though this was kind of unspoken, underneath it all. And so this is the thesis of an article I'm going to talk about a little bit later, but this is what I'm working towards every day. And I know all of you are working towards every day. So I'm going to go over a handful of things in this presentation. I hope that I won't have to rush through any of it. If I miss anything, or if I end up having to skip a few slides, these slides will be made available to you. And I'm happy to talk to anybody offline about anything that I talk about in here. These are the top 4 kind of subjects that I'm going to be discussing. The first is our U.S. Marshals Service MMIP initiative. The second is an article that I wrote about a year ago in the Journal of the American Medical Association, talking about data around homicides involving American Indian and Alaska Native victims. Then we're going to talk about missing American Indian, Alaska Native persons and the data around that. And then wrap it up focusing on some solutions and connecting the dots on some social science data and missing persons data when it comes to runaway children. And a lot of what I'm going to say, just from sitting in on the presentations over the course of the day, is going to dovetail with a lot of what you've heard. And I hope some of this helps to synthesize some of what you've heard. The presentations have been fantastic so far. All right, the U.S. Marshals MMIP initiative was an outgrowth of but it's an outgrowth, but not an official part of the existing efforts across the government and the Department of Justice when it comes to addressing MMIP. As they mentioned, I was a part of Operation Lady Justice. I think our old executive director, Marcia Good, is on the line somewhere out there today, so hopefully I'll get this all right. And this is an outgrowth of the work we did there, the work we've done as part of the DOJ steering committee, but this is a separate initiative for the United States Marshals Service, and it's based on our Missing Child Investigative Authority in the Marshals Service. And the idea we had with this was to identify a handful of pilot districts. And when I say districts, I mean those 94 federal districts that are around the country, that each has a U.S. attorney, each has a U.S. Marshal. And to pick 5 districts where we could focus on doing a more focused outreach, focused work on a broad public safety scope, focusing on tribally led goals, particularly focusing on missing children. And because we sit within the sex offender enforcement branch in the U.S. Marshals Service, also focus on sex offender enforcement. The 5 pilot districts that we've been working with are up there: Alaska, Arizona, Northern District, California, New Mexico, and South Dakota. If I had 4 hours, I could I could stretch all of this out and explain and describe the work we're doing in each district. Because this is the University of Arizona, I will say that the work in the District of Arizona has been a little slow to pick up, but we're looking, I think it will start picking up over the coming 2 or 3 months. We have some plans in place. And we're going to be doing some outreach more specifically in the District of Arizona. We've got approval to continue the project into the next fiscal year, which is fantastic. There's a very, very small financial investment that the Marshals Service has made into this. That investment will continue into the next fiscal year. And so we hope to bring on a few more districts in fiscal year 24. The way the initiative has worked is that in working with folks in each district, we've kind of started honing in on 3 focus areas. And I'm going to go over those very briefly. The first is tribal partnerships, working directly with tribes who are interested in developing a closer relationship with the U.S. Marshals Service and developing a closer connection in the work that they're doing around MMIP or around their sex offender work. I'm going to describe kind of the one and most successful partnership that we have. And I will say that if there are any tribal representatives on here who are interested and partnering up with us on this initiative. My contact information is at the end of this presentation, and please do reach out to me. I will absolutely talk with you and chat with you and see what we might be able to do. The second focus area that we've had and have developed is looking at children missing from care. This has been an overlooked population when it comes to focusing on the issues of missing kids, but in every tribal community or tribal meeting that I've been in the last year or so, when we've asked, like, what is the biggest issue when it comes to kids who go missing from your community? Bar none, they've all said it's children who go missing from foster care is the #1 issue. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit. And we're trying to push the envelope a little bit on that work. And especially we'll be looking at that in our pilot project in the district in New Mexico. We also have what I'm calling a data project, because in each of these districts, we're doing data work around the scope of the missing child problem, trying to identify and clean up some of that data. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit more. You're going to see some of the outcomes of that data project as well as we go through this presentation. I'm going to be showing you a bunch of slides that we've developed demonstrating some of that national level missing person data. So tribal partnerships, we've gotten some really good press out of our partnership with Yurok Tribe, and I'm sure a lot of folks are familiar with the work that Yurok Tribe does. We're not limited to what tribes we can work with. So we can work with tribes in PL 280 states and non-PL 280 states. And the relationship we've developed with Yurok Tribe has really been amazing. And they're the ones who are putting out all this good press and are really just leaders in the country and in the region up there when it comes to trying to develop solutions for MMIP. The way that partnership looks is that I've been out there a couple of times to visit with them, to sit down, sometimes with our district personnel from the Marshals service, sometimes without, to really sit and spend the time and talk to them about what's going on, try to identify places where the Marshal Service might be able to assist. And I've been able to connect them up with a whole list of federal partners, NGO partners, and partners from other states, and do a mutual introduction and connect them up directly with the folks who are also working in this field. And so we continue to work. We meet every 2 weeks, continue the conversations, and I'm doing a co-presentation with them down at the Métis conference next week down in Orlando. So that's been a fantastic partnership, and I'm looking forward to replicating that with some other tribes once we get some folks on board. Looking at children missing from care, this is one of those things and one of those issues that is really hard to talk about, not because we don't know that it happens, but because the scope of it is just so profoundly huge. This is a study that was done by HHS. They're the ones who fund all the state level foster care agencies, and they did a review of the number of kids who are in foster care and the number of kids who went missing from foster care over a 30-month period from 2018 to 2020. And during that period of time, there were over 1 million kids in the United States who were in foster care at some point. And that's just mind-boggling, right? Like, that number is just mind-boggling. And of those kids who are in foster care, they identified 43,000 individual kids who went missing during that period of time while they were in care. So even though when you look at the numbers, it's what, 4% of the total went missing, that's still an extraordinarily high raw number of kids that are represented in that figure. And you can look, this is again from the HHS report, you can look at the number of kids and the incidents that they reported in each state. And it tracks with basically the relative size of the states. But if you look at Arizona, over 3,000 kids, 3,200 kids who are in foster care went missing at some point during that 30-month period. So these are real numbers. Each one of those numbers is an individual child who's gone missing from an already difficult situation. Now, this would all be academic, except that when it comes to the rates of kids being placed in foster care, American Indian Alaska Native kids get placed in foster care at a much higher rate than other kids of other races. And the discrepancy can be really wild and really wide, depending on what state you're looking at. I've got the citation for this slide at the end of my presentation, but you can look at those discrepancies. South Dakota, for instance, 53% of the kids in foster care are American Indian Alaska Native, when only 12% of the state population who are kids are American Indian Alaska Native. And it tracks down. I want to flag Arizona and some of these other states that look like they have unusually low numbers of kids in foster care that are listed as American Indian Alaska Native. In talking with HHS, some of the way that they collect data around race is problematic. For instance, in Arizona, the way that the state foster care agency collects data is that you can either be identified as American Indian Alaska Native or biracial Hispanic with a second race, but it doesn't flag it. So any kid who's American Indian Alaska Native in conjunction with some other racial identifier is going to be lost in the data. And I suspect that may be what's happening in Arizona with those numbers, as well as in New Mexico. But we'll have to look closer. We'll have to look closer to find out what those numbers actually are. And looking at not only how many kids went missing, but are those foster care agencies doing what they're supposed to do when those kids go missing? It's federal law that when a kid goes missing from foster care, that agency is supposed to report that child to NCMEC within 24 hours. Again, HHS did a study recently, this just came out in the last couple of months, where almost half of those kids who were listed as missing from care were not reported to NCMEC. It looks like my number, it looks like I got the heading wrong. It looks like it should be 46%, not 47%. I apologize for that. It looks like a typo in the presentation, but roughly almost half of the kids weren't reported to NCMEC at all. And a lot of the work that we're doing around data and around outreach and everything is, as Marcia used to say, and I stole this saying from her, is we're trying to solve the problem we have. You know, really identify where those gaps are, really identify where the issues are so we can really develop some good solutions instead of just doing a scattershot approach and hoping something sticks. So this is definitely a place where some work needs to be done. All right, so on the data project, I'm going to be talking a lot about data for the rest of the presentation, but these are all the caveats. These are all of the caveats when it comes to looking at data and trying to analyze and understand data having to do with American Indian Alaska Native folks. And I'm going to go through these and not spend a ton of time, but just keep these in the back of your mind that all of these can come into play depending on what data set you're looking at. First of all, when it comes to missing persons data, it's really important to distinguish between NCIC and their missing person file, which is the official law enforcement database for missing persons in the United States, and NamUs, which is that public-facing website that anybody can go to, which is designed for long-term missing cases. If you are going through NamUs to try to get comprehensive data about missing persons, you're going to fall short because that's not what that database is designed to do. I'm going to talk about that on one more slide in a minute. When it comes to homicide data, those are a bunch of acronyms that have to do with CDC databases and NIBRS, which is the FBI homicide reporting and crime reporting program that they have. The NVDRS is a survey of causes of death. NVSS is looking at death certificates. And these are very broad summaries here. And NIBRS are numbers generated by local law enforcement agencies or federal law enforcement agencies submitting reports about the number of homicides they've had. So whenever you're looking at data, it's really important to look at the source of that data and to understand the strengths and the weaknesses of it. No single database is going to have 100% of the data you're looking at. And it's really about just acknowledging what you've got, admitting what you don't have, and drawing the best conclusions you can from that. When it comes to American Indian Alaska Native folks, racial misclassification is a huge issue, as is gender and sex misclassification, like our previous speaker talked about. There's no way in most of these federal systems to capture a two-spirit identity, a transgender identity, a sexuality, a gay, lesbian, bisexual, all of that. There's really very little way to capture all of that. And so because those databases don't necessarily capture that information, that data is lost. And if it's not there, it's just not there. Most of these databases also don't capture tribal affiliation information. Some do. NamUs has built out that it can do that. NCIC has a little bit of a build out on that, but again, a lot of that data is missing. And then when it comes to missing persons, there are a series of can come up. There's there's law enforcement's failure to take a report. There's law enforcement's failure to submit data. There's failure to report the missing person to law enforcement in the first place, maybe because they're going to fail to take a report or fail to submit the data or do anything with it. There can be duplicate entries in the missing person file where different law enforcement agencies will submit the same missing persons report. There'll be uncleared entries where, say, a kid's been found, but they haven't been cleared out of NCIC. And then low base rates, especially when it comes to homicides, can be really deceiving. And what that means is those rates of X number of homicides per 100,000 people can get really skewed when the population base is very small and the homicide number base is very small. So just keep those all in the back of your mind as we're looking at the data as we go here. I want to clarify a couple of data misconceptions. First, this quote is thrown around all the time. I saw it again today on a document that came out for this Day of Awareness. And this is the number that says only 116 of the 5,712 reports of missing American Indian Alaska Native women were submitted to DOJ's federal missing persons database. And that's just an incorrect statement. It's from 2016, and in 2016, there were 5,712 reports to NCIC, that's right. At a point in time in 2016, there were also 116 listings of missing American Indian Alaska Native women in NamUs, that's also correct. But NCIC is the official federal missing persons database, not NamUs. And so this statistic, I even went in and checked, and the number of missing American Indian Alaska Native folks in NamUs as of yesterday was somewhere around 230 or 240, where we know we have thousands sitting in NCIC. And so think of NamUs as the long-term missing database that is a resource for investigators and for family members. And NCIC is that day-to-day more accurate picture of what the actual population looks like. So if you see the statistic out there, just know that it draws the wrong conclusion based on the numbers that it has. The other one that is always thrown around, and again, this is about solving the problem we have and making sure that we've got good current information to focus our efforts. This is the stat about the murder rate for American Indian Alaska Native women being 10 times higher than the national average. And I give the background there of where that number came from. And I've spent more time than I want to admit looking at historical newspapers in Bonhomme County, South Dakota, trying to figure out which murder case this was. Their last murder trial in that county was in 1995, before there was a more recent one the last year or two. And so that's how that number got so high, that 10 times higher got so high, is because there's an extremely low population in the county. There was one murder, and that spiked the rate up to the number that it has. And what we need to have, and you know, sitting in the Marshal Service, I don't have the resources to do this, but what we really need is more current research on localities, regions, particular tribes. You know, I'm thinking of, you know, a tribe with a neighboring county, maybe an adjacent town where most folks do their business, an adjacent big city where most folks do their business, and really hone in on those more local areas to do a deep dive into the data there to really get a feel for what's going on particular lands. Like we know Yakima Nation has a huge problem with homicide. Get in there, do some research on what that really looks like. That's going to give us a much better feel for where to focus our resources. Because you know, the problem with homicide is not necessarily universal. It's going to look different in a lot of different places. The good news is that homicide rates have dropped since the mid-90s. The bad news is that they're going back up. So this is the first article, and this has to do with homicide data. And really drawing on the experience I had working with partners from the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, who really educated me not only about public health and public health approaches, but also working in the public health field in Indigenous communities and really learning from their experience there. So this article looks at summarizing a handful of studies that have recently looked at homicide rates and homicide data for American Indian, Alaska Native folks. And what that data shows us, and this is kind of in conjunction with that prior 10 times higher, it shows us that yes, the homicide rate nationally for American Indian, Alaska Native folks is higher than the all ages or the all races average. And you can see the numbers here. And when you break these out to say, look at American Indian, Alaska Native women and American Indian, Alaska Native men, the rate for Native women is 3.9, is the same as that overall white rate, but the rate for Native men is 12.0, much higher than that standard rate for American Indian, Alaska Natives as a whole. And so really diving into the data can be very helpful. And the rates don't tell the whole story because when you get localized, this is going to look a lot different. But that national rate, yes, American Indian, Alaska Native homicide rates are definitely higher than the white population and the all race population. I got a message from the one person I will, okay. There's only one person I would take a message from right now, and she's my tribal data expert. So I just need to make sure I wasn't getting something wrong. Another piece that the CDC data looked at was the nature of the perpetrators of American Indian, Alaska Native homicides. Again, to make sure that we're focusing our intervention efforts in the right place. And this data pushes back a little bit on some of the work that's been done previously, basically saying that, you know, most of the perpetrators are non-Native folks when it comes to homicides. What the CDC's research showed was that about a third of the homicides were committed by folks who are also American Indian, Alaska Native, about 21% by non-Hispanic white, about 11% by non-Hispanic Black, and then we've got about a third where we're not sure. So any prevention approaches have to be cross-cutting. They have to address not only non-Native offenders, but also Native offenders. And when you look at, and again, this is from this article looking at CDC data, when you look at risk factors for homicide, the risk factors for homicide that apply generally also apply particularly to American Indian, Alaska Native women. So intimate partner violence, the number, 55% of all homicides of American Indian, Alaska Native women involved intimate partner violence, which is almost exactly the same as you find from across all the races. Being pregnant or within 6 weeks of giving birth, again, the numbers are very close. 13% of American Indian Alaska Native women who were killed, 15% across all races. One of the interesting findings is that firearms are used in fewer homicides when it comes to American Indian Alaska Native victims than victims of other races. And that disparity is even greater when you look at homicides in rural areas compared to homicides in urban areas. It's a kind of surprisingly low number of homicides that involve firearms. And so that can inform our prevention efforts. And then also alcohol and drug use, that about 27% of American Indian Alaska Native women homicide victims have problems with drug or alcohol, but it's important to not carry that out to the whole community, that in fact, despite all the assumptions, all the biases, all the bad movies, all the everything, Native folks have higher overall rates of abstinence from alcohol than the general population and lower overall rates of alcohol consumption. So while yes, alcohol and drug use certainly is a risk factor, having a firearm around is a risk factor, being pregnant or less than 6 weeks postpartum is a risk factor, being in an IPV situation is a risk factor. That these are all places where we already have existing prevention initiatives that could help. They could absolutely help and intervene. And that's what this slide talks about. And some of the previous speakers have leaned on this as well. And the theme behind this is that violence is preventable, homicide is preventable. And in Native communities, it's critical to use culturally centered violence prevention efforts. And then IPV screening during pregnancy and afterwards, having good IPV prevention intervention initiatives, lethality assessments, screening and treatment for alcohol and drug abuse. You can go back and look at those stats and think about the things that might be able to make a difference from a prevention side. On the law enforcement side, where we start is when the crime happens, usually. I mean, that's just the reality. The police get called after someone's gotten shot. The police get called after someone has gone missing. But that's only part of the solution. Only part of the solution is what we do with the case once it's reported. Everything before then, we want to do what we can to contribute to those crimes never happening in the first place, to, kids never going missing in the first place. All right, this is really exciting. This is the first time I've been able to present on this, and I think my colleague Sarah Blazuki might be on here. I can't see my screen, Sarah, so I can't tell if you're on here or not. This is forthcoming from the Seattle University Law Review. It's an article that we wrote looking at really a deep dive of a lot of the data, a lot of the legal considerations, and framing it in terms of a holistic approach to reducing the number of American Indian Alaska Native folks who go missing. So I'm going to go over some of that data and some of what I see as key things that we can start to focus on from a prevention effort. And, as I talk about this, I want to be really clear about what authority I have. I have very little authority in the federal government. I don't even supervise anybody. I don't create any budgets. I do not have the ear of any senators. I certainly don't have the ear of the president or the vice president or the attorney general. And so, I really am just kind of a worker among workers, trying to raise up the voices and raise up the solutions that we've heard for so long in a way that folks can hear it and in a way that can be more effective. So when we look at the number of missing person entries for American Indian Alaska Native folks, historically, this chart goes back to 2007. The dark blue is for kids under 18. The tan is for 18 and over. The biggest takeaway is that the numbers have stayed pretty consistent. And I think, there are a lot of reasons for that, but the reality is that those numbers are going to keep staying consistent if we don't get in and start doing some really meaningful prevention efforts on a national scale. And so we're getting better at collecting the data. We're getting better at collecting accurate data nationally, but that's what you see. You're looking at, what, 15 years of data, and essentially it looks the same. I pulled this together just a couple hours ago to give a feel for what these entries look like by state. In a lot of public-facing resources, you may see folks take NamUs data and highlight which states have the most entries in NamUs. And again, NamUs is that long-term missing database. But what I did for this was I went to a pull from the NCIC missing person file that I did a couple of months ago. And so this is from a single day in February. And then I just sorted by the number of states, by the numbers of missing American Indian Alaska Native kids in each state. And when you look at this, this tracks not completely right, because if you look at that Alaskan number, that's only 8 for Alaska, and we know that's low. But Arizona, South Dakota, Oklahoma, Washington, Minnesota, and you look at that track, California, we also suspect is low. These are the numbers we're dealing with on a point in time poll and proportionally. So that's just kind of, it's not that this in and of itself should drive any particular policy decision, but just when you look at the day-to-day numbers, they're going to look different than they look if you look at the NamUs numbers day-to-day. Looking at the 2022 NCIC numbers, 65% of the entries for missing American Indian Alaska Native folks are for minors between 12 and 17. And so that's cutting off those younger kids, which are more likely to be those parental abductions or those, you know, that non-parental abductions, but some kind of family member is taken off with the kid. And really focusing in on that endangered runaway population. And so that's a huge number. 65% of the entries, about 6,500 kids, or 6,500 entries for missing kids. There can be duplicates in that. So that's not the raw number of kids who went missing. That's the number of entries that may include duplicates. But that gives us a feel for the scope of the problem. And also, like, pay attention to that 21 or older piece reported missing. You know, that's outside the U.S. Marshals Service scope of authority. We can't investigate a missing adult, but think of all the situations that may be involved and all the circumstances that may be different for those kinds of cases, that it's not a small number. When we look proportionally at the racial characteristics of the folks who go missing versus the percentage of the population that they make up, this is comparing the 2022 NCIC data with the census data from the most recent census. You can see that white folks go missing at a disproportionately low rate. Black folks go missing at a disproportionately high rate. American Indian Alaska Natives are essentially even when you look at national numbers. And this is where I think it's so important to start telling these data stories, not always at the national level, because just an example, that South Dakota figure with the number of kids who are in foster care that are Native versus kids who aren't, that 55% versus 12%. I was just in South Dakota last week, and I can't remember the exact number, but something like 50 or 60% of the kids who are missing in South Dakota, or the people who are missing in South Dakota, are Native. When you start looking at more localized regional data sets, that disproportionality starts to show itself. And that's kind of the next level of research that really will enlighten us as far as what this looks like in different pockets of the country. So I put this up here just to say that this is what the numbers really do show. They really do show this nationwide, and to also have it be the beginning of a conversation about those disproportionate rates and not the end of a conversation about what those may look like on a more local level. All right, perfect. I'm going to take a little drink of water. I got about 15 minutes left, and this is what I was hoping for. to talk about what we're framing as a public health approach to preventing kids from going missing. But that's really just a fancy academic term for everything I've been hearing all day long, everything that a lot of reports have said. And again, this is just trying to frame it in a way that will make sense to folks where maybe it hasn't made sense before, or be a more palatable way to talk about it to the powers that be as we go along. We identified 4 different categories of risk factors that drive American Indian Alaska Native kids to leave home, focusing on this particular subset of the population, that 12-year-old to 17-year-old kids who run away or otherwise go missing. Systematic and community factors, home-based factors, relational factors, and personal factors. And a lot of these have already been discussed today, but I'm hoping that what this can do is start to connect those dots up in a meaningful way, where some of these MMIP data points and some other social science research data points can start to marry up with those lived experiences that we've heard about all day long. So general considerations when it comes to American Indian and Alaska Native kids, it's what we've heard about today: the history of genocide, forced relocation, removal of children, the scoop era, boarding schools, the impact of centuries of maltreatment. And it's not just for the fact that those things happened, it's the legacy and the impact of all of that on our kids today, and on the kids in the American Indian Alaska Native community today. And the way that those kinds of things have been studied, and granted, not all of them, because they don't, Western researchers aren't the best at trying to figure out how to do this. One of the ways that maltreatment or negative childhood experiences can be discussed is around the discussion of adverse childhood experiences. And that's a way that all of this historical trauma can manifest for kids. And American Indian Alaska Native kids do experience the highest rate of adverse childhood experiences of any racial or ethnic group in the United States. And that's just true. And the way I like to think about it is that by the time a kid goes missing, it can be the culmination of a lifetime or many lifetimes of trauma for that kid and for that family. And so that's the broad scope we need to bring to our prevention work. When we look at systematic and community factors, we know that kids are more likely to run away if they live in disadvantaged communities. And we also know that about 20% of American Indian Alaska Native folks live below the poverty level. So there's an intervention that could help reduce the number of missing kids. All of these data points suggest places where if we intervened, it would stand to reason that the number of kids who went missing would drop. School disengagement is an indicator that a child is at risk of running away. And we know that American Indian Alaska Native students have a higher dropout rate than any other race or ethnicity. When you look at Bureau of Indian Education schools, the high school graduation rate is 53%. Where the national average for white students is 89%. Again, improving economic conditions, improving schools. Like, these aren't the things that are going to grab the headlines, but these are the things that will make a difference. We know that kids in foster care are 2.5 times more likely to run away than kids who are not in foster care. We also know, like we discussed before, that Native kids are overrepresented in the foster care system. We also know that kids in foster care are less likely to run away if they're placed with a relative or siblings. And that's why things like ICWA are so important. And the upcoming decision in Burkina is really so scary when it comes to what the impact may be. We know that lack of affordable or accessible healthcare increases the risk of suicide or homelessness. Haven't been able to find anything about, and it may be out there, it's just I haven't found it, about how that lack of access to care can also drive runaway behavior. And it's an avenue for future research. Part of this is what I think about is the recent restrictions on reproductive health care and gender affirming care in a lot of states. That if kids can't access that care in the state they're in and they're dead set about getting it, they're going to take off and they're going to get the care they need. Also, that IHS is limited in the reproductive health care it can provide. It's limited by the Hyde Amendment. And so abortion services can't be provided except for cases of rape or incest. Again, in what situations are girls running away to get reproductive health care because they can't get it at IHS? I don't know the answer to that question, but these are all avenues to research. How much does trafficking, whether it's labor trafficking or sex trafficking or gang involvement, get involved in kids going away and staying away? Is it a driver to, is it more likely to be a driver to leave in the first place? Or is it something that keeps them out longer because they get wrapped up in it once they're on the streets? Again, we don't have great numbers on that, but it's another open question to figure out where that fits into the puzzle and in what ways so that we can target intervention efforts for our kids. Oh, well, that's a duplicate slide. All right, I neglected, I totally had a duplicate slide there and I apologize for that. So I'm gonna jump to this. In fact, I'm gonna peel off. No, I'll put this up. Let me put the reference slide up there. The remaining two parts of the considerations are around relational considerations and personal factors. We know that kids who have older boyfriends, and it's using the term of boyfriends, kids who have romantic partners who are 2 years of age, 2 years older than them or more, are more likely to run away. We know that dating violence is a piece just as it wraps into IPV and can drive somebody to go away. Abuse and neglect in the home can drive a kid to run away. And in fact, we know that kids who are abused are less likely to return home. Like the more violent the home that they come out of, the less likely it is that they're ever going to come back if they run. When you look at the data, Native kids are removed from their homes more often for neglect than any other race has to experience. And so, you know, how is neglect defined? When we have Native communities that are often at very low poverty rates, who's making that determination as far as what is neglect and what is not neglect? All of these family-based situations and interventions that are needed to assist families in caring for their kids so that they can provide a good home for them, but also, you know, have the end result if that kid doesn't hit the streets looking for something better. And then you have personal factors. You have the kid's own mental health issues. You have the kid's own, say, sexuality or gender identity. You have the kid's sexual abuse, or not sexual abuse. You have the kid's own substance abuse or drug abuse issues. And that all of those can be a risk factor for running away. And so the question becomes, what are we doing to support the kids that are dealing with those issues? And that's, you know, that's where it circles back around to my personal experience. You know, when I plug in my personal experience and the personal experience of folks that I know who hit the streets at a young age, you know, we all had different risk factors from all of those buckets. And it looked different because we came from different communities. We didn't come out of Native communities, but we all had risk factors out of those buckets. It's not a kid with zero adverse childhood experiences, who's got nothing going on in their world, who is, you know, completely engaged in school, has an age appropriate partner, all of those things, that kid doesn't run away. And so what we need to do moving forward, and what I really want to lean on moving forward, and these are just some of the citations for some of the studies, and I apologize for those two missing slides. They must have just gotten yeeted somewhere. I don't know where they went. I'm going to put my contact information up for a second here before I close out and take whatever questions there may be. You know, so much of the focus from the federal government and from the Department of Justice has appropriately been on, you know, the law enforcement response to missing children in particular, also homicides, but I've been most involved in the missing children, in the missing child side of things. But if we only focus on the response of law, yeah.
Oh. Oh, you still listening?
I'm here. Somebody else's mic came on. Hang on. Let me just finish up here. I apologize. Unless I need to stop. I got 5 minutes on my end. Is it okay if I wrap up real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, cool. This will take like 1 minute. You know, we focused appropriately on, you know, on that law enforcement response, but to be able to do a holistic approach, a approach where it makes a difference, really, really makes a difference. Not only reduce the amount of time that kids are gone, but also keep them from leaving in the first place, and understanding that that's all connected. We're going to get really good at collecting data, and it's going to keep looking exactly the same. And that's not what we're looking for. That's not the overarching goal. We want to see those numbers be accurate and go down. That's what we're looking to do. Ideally to zero. That's not realistic, but that's part of what we're doing in the Marshal Service, is trying to create those partnerships to take that holistic approach. So with that, I am going to stop talking. I think I'm the last speaker, so I don't want to go over time, or I don't know what time it is out there. Never mind. But I'm happy to answer any questions or just take them offline.
I think Lieutenant Governor Antone had some questions.
Okay.
I actually have one too, but I'll let Lieutenant Governor go first. She has a couple in the chat. Let me get back to those. Let's see here. She wanted to know if NAMUS has one database and NCIC has the day-to-day database. What would be a solution to capture all databases?
Well, it's a great question. Something I didn't mention, because honestly, DOJ is trying to figure out what to do with it, and it's not involving my shop, is that Billy's Law was passed at the end of last year. And Billy's Law requires entry of missing persons data into both NAMUS and NCIC, and requires a feasibility statement or analysis of those databases matching up with each other. And so that work is being done by components outside of the Marshal Service. We're not involved in that, but I know that's been an ongoing conversation since NAMUS was created. It gets periodically revisited. But what I can try to do is find out, I'm sure the folks over at NIJ who administer NAMUS would be able to speak a little bit more to where they are in that process.
Thank you. Lieutenant Governor also had another question about the role of fentanyl. I believe in, as one of the risk factors.
Yeah, it's, you know, we're still marrying up those preventative, proactive interdiction. Like, you know, if you think about the drug guys and the missing persons folks don't always talk to each other. And so we're trying to get those folks in the room, and it's really more locality by locality. Like fentanyl's hitting a ton of places really hard right now, just like meth hit everybody really hard a while ago. Trank is starting to hit here in different places. But I've heard about fentanyl as a huge risk issue in a number of places. You're muted.
I haven't done that in a while. I haven't been talking.
It's a long day.
As far as kind of going back to how you mentioned that Native Indigenous kids are removed from homes more often due to neglect, are the definitions of neglect, do they take into consideration cultural definitions, cultural, familial units, and different I guess, cultural ways of family.
I think that's part of the big issue, is that these are, and I think the site to the study is in there. If not, I can find it and send it to you. It was, social science research. That's part of the issue, is that the folks who are doing, I'm going to use it broadly, the state CPS workers who might be doing a home visit, when they visit a native home, they may see what they consider to be neglect when that's not actually what's happening. And I think that's part of the concern in that disparate data, where the neglect rates are so much higher, that it's really a cultural misinterpretation that's happening versus an actual neglect situation.
Yeah. So students, if you're out there, we need you in these spaces to be advocates. So, and then kind of on that line, I was thinking of how these rates of neglect might go down, or rates of running away from foster care, or issues with foster care when children are placed in native foster homes. Right. Okay. And one last thing, first citation that Lori mentioned, that study was done by Dr. James Cunningham, Tisha Solomon, and Dr. Myra Muramoto here in the Family Community Medicine. And that study actually showed that native populations do not drink as much as other race ethnicities. It was very seminal. Some of you may have heard about it. It got a lot of press. They also showed that natives also smoke commercial tobacco at lower rates as well. And I got to fortunately be a part of that presentation. So it's important work too, to show the stats and to show kind of what's really going on. So yeah, thank you so much, Lori.
You're welcome. You're absolutely welcome. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. All right, we are going to go to our next speaker. And this is going to be conducted in Spanish, and our amazing student, Sandra. Let me see, where are you, Are you here, Sandra?
Yes.
There you are, right?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Sandra Rodriguez Quintana is going to type in the translation into English for all of us, but it will be in Spanish, so this is going to be very cool. And very fortunate to have Fany Consuelo Chimal here today. And I'll do the English introduction, and Sandra will do her introduction in Spanish. Hola, Fany. Fany Consuelo Chimal is an Indigenous woman, feminist, psychologist, and teacher in public policy and gender. She has worked in care for women victims of gender violence and in the promotion and defense of women's human rights. She carried out the investigation to request the extension of the gender violence alert in Quintana Roo for the attention of violence against Mayan Indigenous women in the municipality of Felipe Carrillo Puerto. She currently collaborates with the Indigenous Women's Program at the Simone de Beauvoir, I hope I'm saying that right. Simone de Beauvoir, Leadership Institute. Thank you so much for being here, Fany. And Sandra, I will pass it off to you to do the intro.
Saludos, Fany. Fany Consuelo Chimal es una mujer indígena, feminista, psicóloga y maestra en políticas públicas y género. Ha trabajado en atención a mujeres víctimas de violencia de género y en la promoción y defensa de los derechos humanos de las mujeres. Realizó la investigación para solicitar la ampliación de la alerta de violencia de género en Quintana Roo para la atención de la violencia contra las mujeres indígenas mayas en el municipio de Felipe Carrillo Puerto. Actualmente colabora en el programa de mujeres indígenas del Instituto de Liderazgo Simone de Beauvoir. Bienvenida, Fany.
Gracias, muy buenas tardes a todas, todos y todes. Muchas gracias por la invitación y pues bueno, espero que lo que podamos platicar hoy sea de mucha utilidad para ustedes. Es la primera vez que me toca hacer una presentación con público que habla inglés, entonces bueno, espero que sea de utilidad lo que yo vengo a presentarles. Quisiera presentarles mi pantalla para compartirles la presentación. Déjenme nada más aquí. Permítanme nada más. Un segundo. Bien, un poco la idea de la presentación que yo quiero hacerles el día de hoy parte sí de hablar de la violencia contra las mujeres indígenas, pero principalmente quisiera utilizar más bien el ejemplo de la investigación que yo he realizado en torno a la alerta de violencia de género en el estado donde yo vivo, en Quintana Roo, pues para un poco ir conversando con ustedes acerca de cómo se manifiesta la violencia contra las mujeres. Y para ello me gustaría hacer algunas precisiones, ¿no? Si bien la violencia contra las mujeres no se refiere únicamente a la violencia de género, porque bueno, en nuestro país, en México, existen violencias que viven las mujeres indígenas vinculadas, por ejemplo, a la violencia militar o policial. Me gustaría en este momento de la presentación hacer énfasis a la violencia de género, por un sentido bueno, el trabajo que yo he realizado en los últimos tiempos. No quiere decir pues que en el Estado no se vivan estas violencias, sin embargo me gustaría utilizar estos ejemplos sobre el trabajo realizado. Y bueno, algunas notas conceptuales para la presentación, pues bueno, ¿cómo se entiende la violencia de género en México? En México tenemos una legislación específica para la violencia de género, que es la Ley General de Acceso de las Mujeres a una Vida Libre de Violencia. Esta ley es una ley de carácter general y que tiene además sus propias legislaciones. Cada entidad tiene una legislación que intenta homologar, digamos, lo que la ley general establece sobre la violencia. En general es una ley que habla acerca de la violencia contra las mujeres como cualquier acción o omisión que basada en el género pueda causar algún daño o sufrimiento a las mujeres de tipo psicológico, físico, patrimonial, económico, sexual o incluso la muerte, y que suceden tanto en el ámbito privado como en el público. A mí me gustaría destacar de esta definición que la Ley General de Acceso de las Mujeres a una Vida Libre de Violencia hace, en el sentido de que es una ley que amplía las formas de violencia o más bien que tiene en cuenta las distintas formas de violencia que vivimos las mujeres, que además reconoce que es una violencia que no se da solo en el ámbito de pareja, sino que la violencia de género también se da en la escuela, que se da también en las instituciones públicas, que se da en la participación política, y recientemente se ha reconocido también la violencia que se da en el ámbito digital como una de las formas de violencia. Entonces, en ese sentido, pues la definición de violencia es amplia, y además esta ley establece que la federación, pero también las entidades federativas deben contar con un sistema para atender, prevenir, sancionar y erradicar la violencia contra las mujeres, que implica la coordinación de las autoridades federales, estatales y municipales de distintos ámbitos. Es decir, no solo le corresponde, por ejemplo, a la instancia de las mujeres, sino que también tienen responsabilidad las instancias policiales, las instancias de salud, al mismo tiempo es responsabilidad del Ejecutivo, como también del Poder Judicial, etcétera. O sea, establece que la responsabilidad de prevenir, atender, sancionar y erradicar la violencia recae en muchos actores públicos en sus distintas órdenes de gobierno. Y adicionalmente, algo que es importante en esta ley es que establece que debe haber un programa para prevenir, atender la violencia de género. O sea, es decir, un sistema que implica que van a haber diversos funcionarios y funcionarias públicas e instancias comprometidas, al mismo tiempo que deben generar programas, es decir, políticas públicas de largo alcance para que se pueda cumplir con el objetivo de que la violencia en nuestro país se erradique. Y dentro de esta misma ley se establece un mecanismo muy importante, que es el cual yo quiero hablar el día de hoy, que es la alerta de violencia de género. Este es un mecanismo de política pública único en el mundo. Es un mecanismo que se diseña por ahí del 2006, justo cuando la Ley General de Acceso de las Mujeres a una Vida Libre de Violencia se publica. Contiene esta definición. Es importante, bueno, algo que no les decía que no les dije hace un momento, es que la misma ley contempla los feminicidios como una forma más de violencia de género, y la misma ley lo reconoce como una violencia que no puede ocurrir si no hay una participación del Estado por acción o por omisión, y que es el feminicidio al final es un desencadenante es una consecuencia más bien de todas las violencias encadenadas que vivimos las mujeres, ¿no? Y la alerta de violencia de género es en ese sentido un mecanismo de política pública que está muy apegado a las políticas de seguridad. Por definición, es un mecanismo de emergencia, es decir, incluso una de sus autoras, Marcela Lagarde, explica que cuando se concibió la alerta de violencia de género, se concebía como un mecanismo de política pública que servía como un similar como cuando hay alguna emergencia climática como un huracán, se activan mecanismos de alerta para que se prevenga una población, y diversas autoridades pues pongan en función mecanismos que son específicos para atender ese caso del huracán en ese momento. Similar debería ser la alerta de violencia de género, es decir, cuando se detectan situaciones de violencia de género, específicamente la ley habla de los feminicidios y de leyes que discriminan a las mujeres, se supone que se deberían activar una serie de mecanismos y de acciones específicos, emergentes, muy focalizados al lugar donde se está detectando este problema, y que por lo tanto debería ser temporal. La alerta de violencia de género en nuestro país es un mecanismo que no había sido activado desde que se creó la ley hasta 2015, que se publicó la primera alerta de violencia de género, y a partir de esa fecha se empezaron a activar muchas alertas de violencia de género. O sea, se abrió una ventana, digamos, de oportunidad en la que las diversas instancias y organizaciones de la sociedad civil aprovecharon la emisión de la primera alerta para solicitar alertas en diversos estados de la República. A la fecha, en nuestro país hay 22 entidades que cuentan con alertas de violencia de género. Algunas entidades cuentan con 2 alertas de violencia de género, ¿no? Y pues bueno, yo empiezo a hacer un estudio de este mecanismo justo cuando se da la primera emisión de la alerta. En Quintana Roo se hace la solicitud de la alerta de violencia de género en 2015 y se acepta en 2017. Es decir, pasan 2 años, a pesar de que en la ley se establecen tiempos muy específicos de alrededor de 6 meses hasta 1 año para que una alerta de violencia sea atendida, porque bueno, se entiende como desde la concepción de un mecanismo que es de emergencia, que si una emergencia sucede en 2015, lo lógico es que tuviera una respuesta lo más pronto posible. Pero en el caso de Quintana Roo pasan 2 años para que se pueda activar la alerta de violencia de género. Y pues bueno, hay varias autoras en México, estudiosas, académicas, que hablan acerca de este mismo mecanismo, que estuvieron estudiando su evolución desde la emisión de la primera alerta de violencia de género. Y bueno, ellas coinciden, o algunas de ellas coinciden, en que al final la emisión de una alerta de violencia de género en nuestro país tiene un trasfondo político, es decir, depende de las negociaciones que hacen los actores políticos involucrados a nivel federal y estatal que se pueda emitir una alerta. Eso más la afinidad partidaria que tienen los gobiernos estatales, y básicamente dicen ellas que si conviene o no al gobierno que está en ese ese momento que se declare o no una alerta de violencia de género. Entonces, bueno, eso es lo que ellas observan y que a mí me parece que es algo que se observa muy bien en el caso de Quintana Roo. Entonces, bueno, teniendo como estos dos elementos importantes, me gustaría ir como platicándoles cómo se dio el caso en Quintana Roo y cómo se da esta alerta de violencia de género desde la visión que se tiene de cómo las mujeres indígenas vivimos la violencia de género, ¿no? O sea, me parece que, bueno, al menos yo quiero utilizar como pretexto esta política pública para mostrar un poquito la dinámica de cómo se entiende la violencia contra las mujeres indígenas en nuestro país, pero específicamente en Quintana Roo. Entonces, bueno, lo primero que yo al hacer esta presentación, y bueno, una vez teniendo estos dos elementos que les presentaba hace un momento, quería proponer o plantear como un interrogante, es si estos conceptos de violencia de género y este mecanismo de la alerta de violencia de género es igual para las mujeres indígenas, ¿no? Y entonces, para ir desmenuzando e intentar dar respuesta a esto, pues bueno, yo traje aquí unos pequeños gráficos sobre la violencia contra las mujeres indígenas. En México existe la encuesta nacional sobre la dinámica de las relaciones en los hogares, que es elaborada por el Instituto Nacional de Geografía y Estadística, que se encarga de recopilar información acerca de la violencia que viven las mujeres en el país y que incorpora algunos indicadores que nos permiten entender la violencia que viven las mujeres indígenas en específico. Y lo que notamos en los últimos resultados de esta encuesta es que la violencia que viven las mujeres indígenas y no indígenas es similar. Incluso podemos ver que las mujeres no indígenas viven porcentajes chiquititos, pero bueno, un poquito más violencia que las mujeres que son indígenas. Por ejemplo, en la primera gráfica, no se ve en la imagen, pero bueno, hace referencia a la violencia de género que viven las mujeres de más de 15 años. Y lo que ustedes podemos ver ahí, el color naranja más claro se refiere a las personas no indígenas y el naranja más oscuro a las personas indígenas. Entonces vemos que el 66.8% de las mujeres no indígenas viven violencia a lo largo de su vida, las mujeres mayores de 15 años, en comparación del 59% de las mujeres indígenas, ¿no? Y en la otra gráfica, que hace referencia a los últimos 12 meses donde las mujeres vivieron violencia de pareja en específico, vemos que las mujeres indígenas reportaron 43.9% a lo largo de su vida, al igual que las mujeres indígenas, y en el último año las mujeres no indígenas vivieron violencia en su pareja en un 25.6% en comparación de un 25.3% de las mujeres indígenas. Es decir, parece que no hay mucha variación, o sea, parece que a simple vista la violencia que viven las mujeres indígenas, al menos en términos estadísticos, es similar a la que viven las mujeres no indígenas. Sin embargo, a pesar de que los datos desagregados son importantes de entender y analizar desde una lógica antirracista e intercultural, lo que observamos también es que no basta solo con desagregar los datos, ¿no? Eso es lo que un poco queremos nosotras proponer respecto al entendimiento de la violencia contra las mujeres indígenas, porque no basta con decir que la incidencia de violencia es similar. Aquí queremos preguntar si los impactos que viven las mujeres de estas violencias son similares, y más aún preguntar si las condiciones que tenemos las mujeres indígenas son iguales a las que tienen las mujeres no indígenas, si las condiciones en las que enfrentamos la violencia las mujeres que nos vemos obligadas a migrar es igual a las que no migran, o si las violencias que vivimos las mujeres que vivimos en una comunidad indígena es igual a la que viven las mujeres en ámbitos urbanos. Y también queremos preguntar si la violencia que vivimos las mujeres que solo hablamos alguna lengua indígena es igual a las que hablan español, ¿no? Entonces hay muchas preguntas que no se responden únicamente con los datos que la encuesta nacional de las mujeres nos da. Y por eso a mí me parecía importante traerles un poquito el ejemplo de la investigación que yo realicé sobre la alerta de violencia de género. Y primero contextualizar un poco. Quintana Roo es un estado en México que tiene una economía centrada en el turismo, ¿no? Es un estado que el turismo, sobre todo, principalmente se da en los municipios del norte de la entidad. Ustedes seguro habrán escuchado de Cancún, de Playa del Carmen, de la Riviera Maya, ¿no? Este es el turismo en el que se centra básicamente la economía de un estado. Y esto propicia una serie de condiciones de desigualdad económica, porque mientras hay una derrama económica alta en el norte de nuestra entidad, no sucede igual al sur de la entidad, no sucede igual en la zona conocida como la zona maya, donde las personas se dedican a otras actividades como la agricultura, como la venta de su ropa, tejidos, etcétera. Entonces, bueno, de entrada enfrentamos con una situación de desigualdad en nuestra entidad. Adicional a eso, podemos ver que si bien existen en nuestra entidad una mayor cantidad de indígenas mayas, es una realidad que por la migración que se propicia al ser una entidad pues atractiva, porque hay trabajo en la zona norte del estado, pues hay una migración alta de personas indígenas que no solo son indígenas mayas, sino que también son indígenas que vienen de otras partes de la entidad, del país, como México, como Oaxaca, y también migrantes que vienen de los países ubicados en la frontera sur, como pueden ser El Salvador, Guatemala, etcétera. Es decir, en Quintana Roo hay una presencia importante de personas indígenas y migrantes que no necesariamente son nacidos en la entidad, sino que viven en otras entidades, ¿no? Entonces es una condición importante para entender cómo es la dinámica de las poblaciones mayas en nuestro estado. Esa misma dinámica de las económica también propicia algo importante, y es la salida de las personas indígenas que migran en busca de oportunidades laborales. Y entonces, si bien es conocido que en nuestro estado hay municipios predominantemente indígenas, lo que sucede es que hay municipios como Benito Juárez, donde se ubica Cancún, donde hay una amplia población de personas indígenas que no son contadas como indígenas. Y esto pues tiene que ver con muchas condiciones, ¿no? Un tema de la propia invisibilización desde parte de las instituciones a la hora de hacer los censos, ¿no? Que no reconocen a las personas indígenas, y la dificultad que de por sí tenemos en nuestro país para poder hacer estos censos con un enfoque intercultural. Pero además la negación que existe de parte de muchas personas a reconocernos como personas indígenas por la discriminación que se vive al ser nombrada, al sernos nosotros mismos nombrados como indígenas, ¿no? Y además de eso, o adicional a eso, lo que observamos es que las poblaciones indígenas también suelen suelen migrar mucho durante las temporadas altas del turismo. O sea, por ejemplo, no sé, en la temporada de primavera, donde hay un montón de trabajo en la hotelería, hay más población que se mueve para trabajar, pero que baja cuando, no sé, en el mes de septiembre, que es la temporada baja, y se regresan a sus lugares de origen. Entonces esta migración pues dificulta un poco también contar a las personas indígenas que radican en otros municipios, ¿no? Y bueno, además nuestro estado lamentablemente es un estado con un alto índice de violencia sexual. por años se ha colocado Quintana Roo como una de las entidades con mayor violencia sexual en nuestro país. También es un lugar conocido, bueno, la zona norte del estado, de alta incidencia de trata de personas, ¿no? De eso también es un fenómeno que lleva mucho tiempo en nuestro país y en nuestro estado, y sin embargo es un problema del que no se habla mucho, ¿no? Con las dimensiones que implica un problema tan complejo como la trata de personas, ¿no? Eso, nuestra entidad es reconocida como un lugar de tránsito, pero también un lugar donde se ejerce el turismo sexual. Además, es un estado con altos índices de feminicidios y otros delitos relacionados con los homicidios dolosos y las desapariciones de personas. Entonces, ese es el contexto del estado donde yo vivo y del estado donde yo he realizado estas investigaciones sobre violencia, y en el que yo quise como hacerles esta presentación y contarles acerca de cómo se vive la violencia contra las mujeres indígenas en este contexto. Utilicé para esta pequeña presentación de hoy información de dos momentos en los que a mí me tocó estudiar la alerta de violencia de género. El primero fue la solicitud de la alerta en 2015. Como yo les comentaba, es el año donde se emite la primera alerta en nuestro país, y a partir de la cual en muchas entidades se solicitan las alertas de violencia de género. En Quintana Roo en específico se da durante un proceso electoral. En esos años se iba a elegir al nuevo gobernador o gobernadora del estado, en este caso un gobernador, que resulta electo en 2016. Durante todo ese tiempo el tema de la alerta de violencia de género se convierte, pues claro, en un mecanismo para conseguir votos, ¿no? El gobernador entrante se mostraba muy pues con una opinión favorable para que la alerta fuera emitida, pero cuando él entra durante su campaña, por supuesto, y cuando él entra a la gubernatura en 2016, su postura es distinta sobre la alerta de la violencia de género. Y en un segundo momento donde yo les traigo la información es en 2019. Yo realizo una investigación para hacer una solicitud de la alerta de violencia de género, una ampliación para el municipio de Felipe Carrillo Puerto, que es un municipio ubicado en el sur de la entidad, un municipio que es considerado un municipio indígena porque la mayor parte de su población se autoadscribe como indígena. Es distinta, o si es distinto el fenómeno de violencia que se vive. La ampliación de la alerta de violencia de género, en ese momento yo la hago por no porque hubiera una cantidad alta de feminicidios en este municipio, sino porque existían una serie de denuncias sobre violencia de género que no tenían ninguna investigación. Es decir, se denunciaba la violencia, pero no teníamos información acerca de que hubiera sentencias sobre violencia de género, ¿no? Entonces, sabemos por experiencia que cuando la violencia no es investigada, cuando las mujeres no son atendidas, pues bueno, esta violencia puede escalar hasta llegar a situaciones de feminicidios. La metodología que utilicé en estos dos procesos de investigación fue una metodología de los marcos interpretativos, porque a mí lo que me interesaba conocer era cómo los actores principales involucrados en el proceso de la alerta de violencia de género entendían la alerta de violencia, cómo la concebían, cuál era su postura, si estaban a favor o en contra de que este mecanismo fuera implementado en nuestra entidad, y porque por supuesto la forma en la que estos actores interpretan la alerta de violencia de género tiene repercusiones en cómo se ejecuta la política pública, y ahorita les voy a poner unos ejemplos de esto. ¿Qué actores involucrados? Estoy hablando de los actores de gobierno, los funcionarios públicos, sobre todo los que por ley están encargados de dar seguimiento a la alerta de violencia de género. y los actores de la sociedad civil, organizaciones de la sociedad civil, porque la alerta de violencia de género en nuestro estado es empujado en las dos ocasiones por organizaciones de la sociedad civil. El sector empresarial, porque pues les comentaba hace un momento de pues cómo es el contexto de mi estado, ¿no? Un estado altamente turístico, y que los empresarios del turismo pues sí juegan un papel importante a la hora de emitir opiniones sobre la política pública de seguridad en nuestra entidad. Y los medios de comunicación, porque sin duda juegan un papel importante a la hora de comunicar el tema de los feminicidios en el estado, ya sea de hablar de los feminicidios o no, o también de cómo hablan y cómo se expresan de las mujeres que viven los feminicidios y de las activistas que también hacen acciones para prevenir la violencia contra las mujeres. Utilicé declaraciones de entrevistas, de notas periodísticas y algunos documentos oficiales para un poco entender estos marcos interpretativos. Y bueno, condensé la información lo más que pude para aprovechar este tiempo que tenía para platicar con ustedes. Y había tres cosas que yo quería presentarles a ustedes. La primera es que casi no se habla de las mujeres indígenas cuando nosotras estudiamos la alerta de violencia de género. Se habla en general de que las mujeres en Quintana Roo son víctimas de feminicidio, pero no se toma en cuenta todo este contexto que les decía, ¿no? Que habitamos muchas mujeres indígenas esta entidad, que no solamente habitamos las zonas conocidas como las zonas mayas, sino que vivimos en estas ubicaciones turísticas también. Y, por ejemplo, en 2017, cuando se declara la alerta de violencia de género, en el documento oficial solo se menciona que se requieren acciones específicas para el municipio de Lázaro Cárdenas, cuya población es altamente indígena. El municipio de Lázaro Cárdenas se encuentra al norte de la entidad, muy separado del municipio de Felipe Carrillo Puerto, que es donde se hace la segunda ampliación para la alerta de violencia de género. Y es importante decir esto porque el documento dice se requiere acciones específicas, pero nunca habla de qué acciones específicas. Y esto es importante de entender porque a la hora de que se operacionaliza la política pública, pues esto queda a criterio de quien esté entendiendo y ejecutando la política pública, ¿no? O sea, ¿qué son esas acciones específicas? No se dice, o se dice muy poco en este primer momento. Cuando se hace la ampliación de la alerta de violencia de género, pues bueno, se sugieren algunas acciones un poquito más amplias, y la realidad es de lo que sucede en Quintana Roo, y que seguramente sucede en muchos espacios, es que a veces se concibe como que basta únicamente con traducir la información a las lenguas indígenas. Y esto es, aunque sí es una acción importante, es una acción incompleta, porque no se ven muchas cosas, como por ejemplo que no siempre las personas que hablan lengua indígena escriben o leen la lengua indígena, ¿no? Y parece como algo muy obvio, pero es algo que sucede mucho en Quintana Roo, que sucedió mucho con la alerta de violencia de género. Otra cosa importante es que estas acciones específicas, y un poquito lo digo más adelante, se hacen bajo la lógica de que solo son necesarios en ciertos municipios. Es decir, no se concibe que las mujeres indígenas, insisto, habitamos otros espacios más allá de los que son reconocidos como municipios indígenas. Otro punto importante al hacer el análisis de los discursos es que persisten discursos racistas y clasistas sobre las mujeres indígenas. Por ejemplo, aquí les traje un extracto de algo que habla una funcionaria pública del Instituto de la Mujer, y ella dice que la violencia en zonas indígenas es más fuerte. Dice, es más difícil llegar a las comunidades indígenas. Y esta es una afirmación que parece normal, ¿no? O de la cual podríamos pensar de dónde está el racismo. Sin embargo, si nos fijamos en los datos que yo les presentaba hace rato, por lo menos estadísticamente no se puede decir que hay más violencia en los municipios indígenas, porque no dan los datos para decirlo. Entonces, esta afirmación proviene de una idea que está muy marcada por el racismo acerca de que las personas indígenas somos incivilizadas, que somos personas que carecemos de raciocinio y por lo tanto somos más violentas, ¿no? Los hombres son más violentos, pese a que la violencia feminicida tiene menos incidencia en las poblaciones indígenas que en las poblaciones no indígenas. Por supuesto, ahí falta hacer un cruce para decir quiénes son las receptoras de esta violencia, ¿no? Que eso es algo que todavía es complicado en nuestro país por el tema de cómo se construyen los indicadores para medir la violencia de género. Otra cosa difícil es que la funcionaria pública, o bueno, otra cosa que me llamó a mí la atención es que la funcionaria pública dice, es más difícil llegar a las comunidades indígenas. Y esto es importantísimo porque también desde el discurso de la defensa de los derechos humanos, pareciera simplemente como una cosa de accesibilidad, ¿no? Como que las personas indígenas vivimos en un lugar remoto donde es muy difícil acceder. Sin embargo, esto invisibiliza que es un derecho humano que las personas indígenas tengamos cercanos a nuestros territorios y de manera apropiada los servicios a los que el Estado está obligado a otorgar, como la salud, como la seguridad, como la justicia, por decir los mínimos, ¿no? Y entonces pareciera como una justificación para el funcionariado público de Quintana Roo decir, no podemos entrar allá porque viven quién sabe hasta dónde y porque es inaccesible. Y eso es negar la responsabilidad que tienen los funcionarios públicos de acercar los servicios, ¿no? Una funcionaria de un instituto no podría decir no podemos acceder ahí cuando hay una responsabilidad incluso en las leyes de poder otorgar los servicios a las personas indígenas, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, como un ejemplo de lo que yo pude encontrar durante este proceso de investigación. Lo último que se decía, que quiero compartirles y que ya lo mencionaba hace un momento, es la invisibilización de las mujeres que habitan los municipios turísticos. Es decir, por ejemplo, de manera constante en los documentos oficiales se habla de que cuando se van a hacer estas acciones para las mujeres indígenas, se tienen que hacer al interior de las comunidades, ¿no? O sea, como en general se entiende a las mujeres indígenas como habitantes de ciertas comunidades, lo cual no es falso, sin embargo es incompleto, ¿no? O sea, deja de lado lo que yo he venido insistiendo acerca de que las mujeres vivimos en distintos espacios territoriales y que no podemos entonces ser concebidas como habitantes únicamente de otros espacios, porque entonces se nos deja de ver como mujeres que no solo habitamos, sino que requerimos una serie de instrumentos o de ser beneficiarias de las políticas públicas en todos los espacios donde estemos ubicadas, no solamente cuando estamos en nuestras comunidades indígenas, ¿no? Y eso da una complicación, lo que yo les decía, el ejemplo de esto de traducir materiales al maya, por ejemplo, que insisto, es una buena medida, pero no es suficiente, porque lo que sucede entonces es que yo como mujer indígena que habito en un espacio no popularmente conocido como indígena, cuando yo llego a un servicio público en Cancún, por ejemplo, no recibo un trato culturalmente pertinente, no recibo un trato donde se entiendan mis usos y mis costumbres, o más allá de eso, donde se me trate dignamente, sino que muchas veces somos víctimas de racismo porque no hablamos el español que se espera que se hable en las ciudades, ¿no? Entonces eso también es motivo de racismo, además de entender que muchas veces las personas indígenas que migran a estos lugares pues no van a los a los espacios más céntricos de estos lugares como Cancún, Playa del Carmen, etcétera, sino que vivimos en las periferias de las ciudades. Entonces hay una complicación importante para poder llegar a estos servicios públicos, ¿no? Otra cosa importante de decirles, que creo que ya no les mencioné al principio, es que en general la alerta de violencia de género como un mecanismo que forma parte de la política pública ha sido complicado, no solo en el caso de Quintana Roo, sino en todo el país, porque es un mecanismo de política pública que, si bien hace frente a la violencia feminicida y por definición es un mecanismo de política pública de seguridad y de emergencia, lo que sucede es que a la hora de que se implementa, se vuelve una especie de sustitución a la política pública que de por sí nuestro Estado debería estar implementando. Y entonces, en vez de enfocar acciones de emergencia y de seguridad como se supone la alerta debería estar haciendo, pues se meten ahí todas las acciones, aunque son acciones que propiamente deberían de estar en los programas de largo aliento de la política pública de nuestro Estado. Y eso vuelve complejo porque entonces cuando la alerta sobre todo era nueva y los actores públicos no querían que una alerta de violencia se implementara en una entidad tan turística como Quintana Roo, había una tendencia a decir, vamos a hacer acciones para eliminar la alerta, para que se nos quite la alerta. Y entonces este foco de los funcionarios públicos empieza a ser como a vertir la información como si solo fuera un checklist. Entonces yo lo único que me interesa de la alerta es cumplir con los requerimientos porque quiero que quiten la alerta. Y esto es incompatible con el sentido de que la alerta lo que busca es que no se sigan asesinando a las mujeres. Entonces parece ser que mientras hay un grupo social como la sociedad civil que quiere y demanda, como la ciudadanía en general, como las mujeres que demandamos no nos maten, ¿no? Que se paren los feminicidios, los actores públicos lo que buscan es que se elimine la alerta. Entonces parece una concepción, o sea, que no es posible compaginar, ¿no? Porque pareciera que sí, en el sentido de que si cumplo con los puntos se va a erradicar la violencia, pero en realidad es que un mecanismo del tipo de la alerta, insisto, es solo un mecanismo emergente. Entonces, a partir de ahí es difícil poder contemplar y poder compaginar las acciones de política pública de largo aliento en la alerta de violencia de género. Y pues bueno, esto que provoca un poquito lo que yo les he ido platicando, ¿no? Estos discursos racistas que persisten sobre la violencia contra las mujeres no solo provocan que no se mire cómo las mujeres vivimos la violencia de género, sino que no se implementen de forma adecuada los mecanismos necesarios para que las mujeres indígenas que viven violencia puedan salir de estas formas de violencia, y además de que en general no hay un entendimiento lo suficientemente bien arraigado sobre cómo es la violencia que viven las mujeres indígenas en las instancias públicas. Entonces esto vuelve un problema grande. Entonces creo que ya me pasé un poquito de tiempo y bueno, un poquito para cerrar. Lo que nosotras intentamos decir es que, bueno, una perspectiva de género es insuficiente si no hay un análisis que entienda la imbricación de opresiones que vivimos las mujeres indígenas, y el mecanismo de la alerta de violencia de género lo deja ver. Es un mecanismo que tiene una serie de acciones muy bien pensadas desde la lógica del género, pero que no logra integrar, para el caso de las mujeres indígenas, un análisis que entienda cómo las mujeres indígenas, que históricamente hemos sido empobrecidas, enfrentamos la realidad para la hora de acceder a los servicios públicos, que no pone atención en el racismo que vivimos las mujeres cuando queremos acceder a estos servicios, ¿no? Entonces, es necesario en estos mecanismos, tanto el alerta de violencia de género como en general todas las acciones que se hacen para combatir la violencia contra las mujeres, poder entender que las mujeres indígenas vivimos opresiones por ser mujeres, por supuesto, pero también por ser mujeres indígenas, pero también por ser mujeres históricamente empobrecidas y porque somos vistas como personas de segunda categoría, ¿no? Las mujeres indígenas somos vistas, como les decía hace rato, como personas menos civilizadas, menos educadas, con menos posibilidad de hacer diálogos con las autoridades o con otros actores importantes, y entonces eso hace que se pretenda que nosotras nos amoldemos a la política pública diseñada en general para la población, y no que haya políticas públicas específicas que atiendan las necesidades que tenemos las mujeres indígenas. Entonces, eso es lo que a mí me parece importante decir. Es importante pues entender que cuando hablamos de esta opresión de raza, clase y género, no solamente lo hablamos como una sumatoria de identidades que entonces va a requerir necesidades específicas, sino entender que en general no entramos al juego en el mismo lugar, ¿no? O sea, las mujeres que vivimos violencia, si bien la opresión de género nos junta, la realidad es que las mujeres indígenas y no indígenas no tenemos los mismos recursos para hacer frente a la violencia que vivimos, ¿no? O sea, a pesar de que las estadísticas dicen que más o menos lo vivimos en la misma cantidad, la realidad es que no tenemos las mismas recursos y acceso al poder para enfrentar, ni tenemos las mismas necesidades, ¿no? Si para muchas mujeres la opción es simplemente salirse del lugar donde están viviendo violencia, para las mujeres indígenas que viven en comunidades donde toda su familia ha vivido ahí, pues tienen una dificultad adicional del arraigo a sus lugares y también del derecho que se tiene a seguir viviendo en los lugares donde nacimos, ¿no? O sea, como que la migración no tiene que ser a fuerza una opción, no para todas las personas. Salir de tu lugar de origen es sinónimo de progreso. Entonces, esas son las condiciones que se viven y que hay que poder ver. Y por último decir, no podemos separar nunca a las mujeres indígenas, la discriminación que vivimos solo por ser mujeres o solo por ser indígenas o solo por haber sido mujeres empobrecidas. Habitamos estas realidades todo el tiempo. Esas son las mujeres que somos y por lo tanto no podemos homogeneizar las experiencias para integrarlas todas en una política pública, ¿no? Sea la ley de violencia de género u otras políticas públicas. Entonces, bueno, pues es lo que yo quería presentarles. Creo que me pasó un poquito de tiempo, pero bueno, no sé si por aquí hay alguna duda, pregunta. Y nada, bueno, aquí algunas pequeñas conclusiones, ¿no? Lo que un poquito ya les decía, que en México existen políticas y leyes específicas para prevenir la violencia contra las mujeres y que a pesar de que ha empezado a nombrarse a las mujeres indígenas, falta mucho para poder transformar estas condiciones que posibilitan la violencia que vivimos las mujeres indígenas. Es necesario tener presente el vínculo y relación que existe entre los pueblos, tierras, territorios, los recursos naturales y la cultura y la cosmovisión, sin dejar de ver que las condiciones de vida actuales de nuestro país, la migración, la crisis económica, incluso el COVID-19, ha reconfigurado el entorno de vida, ¿no? O sea, las mujeres que tienen que emigrar, las mujeres que han tenido que separarse de ciertos espacios para poder sobrevivir, los nuevos, digamos, megaproyectos que se hacen en nuestros territorios, todo eso reconfigura la forma de vida. Y pues es necesario que nosotras las mujeres indígenas estemos siempre incluidas en los procesos de diseño, pero también de implementación de la política pública, y más que simplemente nos incluyan en estos procesos, que estas políticas tiendan a la transformación, ¿no? Y pues bueno, es lo que yo quería presentarles el día de hoy.
Muchas gracias, Fany. We can maybe do one question. Is there anybody that has one quick question? Otherwise, if you want to submit questions to us, we'd be happy to pass them along. Any questions? No? Okay, well, if anybody comes up with questions, feel free to send them to myself or Billy and we'll get them to Fany. Sandra, would you like to close out Fany's presentation? Muchas gracias, Fany.
Ay, disculpen, yo no estoy escuchando. No sé si. No.
I can hear you. Try again. Oh, other people say they can't hear you. That's weird. Okay. Yeah, let me see if I can take that off. Maybe you're muted from being on the captions. Okay. You want to say something now? Okay. All right. Well, muchas gracias, Fany. Our next speaker, if anybody has anything they want to say to Fany in Spanish, you're welcome to as well. No, can't hear.
Si tienes ¿me escuchas?
Sí.
Excelente, aquí los veo. Fany, muchísimas gracias. Gracias por compartir este conocimiento. Primero, gracias por obtener el conocimiento, porque es no solamente un estudio, sino es vida, es experiencia y tiene mucho valor. Y por supuesto que tiene mucho corazón que se aplica en las comunidades. Es importante cuánto resuena mucho de los problemas en Estados Unidos, en Canadá, en México. Y además de eso, creo que resaltó usted temas sobre las diferentes experiencias que se acumulan de vida, de territorio, de cultura y todas las formas de discriminación. Creo que es una pieza de educación muy grande, muy importante y honestamente le agradecemos mucho haber compartido esto. Felicidades también. Muchas gracias.
Gracias a ustedes.
Gracias. Thank you, Sergio. My Spanish is definitely not up to your level, so I always refrain from speaking it because I don't want to embarrass myself. All right, we're going on to our next speaker. Lani Piscoya. He is a Nupiaq Eskimo born and raised in Nome, Alaska. He currently resides in Soldotna, Alaska, South Central Alaska. He started at the Fairbanks Post as a patrol trooper. He's also been a rural trooper working in the Yukon River, working cases there. He's also been a lieutenant as well as CERT team leader, SWAT, for 6.5 years. As well as search and rescue coordinator for the interior region of Alaska. He retired in good standing as a lieutenant with the Alaska State Troopers from the Fairbanks Post, and on September 19th, 2022, he was hired back as the lead for the Alaska State Trooper Murder Missing Indigenous Person Initiative. Welcome, Lani. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Just bear with me on my technical abilities here to share my screen.
No worries. Everyone's had trouble today, so you wouldn't be the first.
Host disabled participant screen sharing. Okay, it's disabled for me.
It should work now.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, can everybody see that? I think I've shared my screen properly. So again, everybody, thank you for the invite. I traveled this morning from Soldotna to Nome, Alaska. There's an event here for MMIP happening today, and I just got off the plane about an hour ago, and I traveled and got here set up at a building to where I used to work when I was in my younger years before I was a trooper. But anyway, my name's Lonnie Piscoya. I'm an investigator. I've got now approaching about 26 years as a trooper. I've worked just about everywhere in Alaska in various temporary duty situations, assignments, a number of things all over Alaska. And I think you guys are, there's a lot of similarities between Arizona and Alaska when it comes to Indigenous people. There's my contact information. You're welcome to send me an email and I'll answer you later on if you'd like, or you can text my phone right there. That's my work cell phone. If you guys want to send me a text message later and ask me questions or become a contact for anything that you think is pertinent for Alaska, or I can help you in any way. So at any point during my little presentation here, you're welcome to stop me and ask questions. I've been around quite a bit around Alaska, and I'm very familiar with the different regions in Alaska. Like Felina said, I was born and raised here in Nome. I'm currently in Nome today. I'm an Upiaq Eskimo. I was born and raised in fishing and hunting was a lifestyle for me before I became a trooper. You fish, and my dad always taught us to take only as much as you need. And so I've tried to instill that in my children over the years. I've got 6 kids, and most of them are all grown up now and doing their own lives. Here in Nome, there's a map and I'll show you where Nome is, but for the first 10 years of my life, I didn't have running water. And so it was an outhouse type situation for bathrooms, and you had to haul your own water. And very rural setting out here in Nome, Alaska. The only way to get to Nome is either take a jet, like on Alaska Airlines, or you run the Iditarod dog sled race, but that's just too much for me. I'll just get on a jet. Here in Nome, I grew up with 4 brothers and 2 sisters, and of course, we have a very, very large extended family. A lot of you probably are very familiar with that type setting. I have a gazillion cousins. I mean, I just ran into a whole bunch here at the airport. So it's kind of like old home week when I get home here. I grew up fishing. We have all this different types of salmon here in Alaska. I grew up seal hunting and walrus hunting in the springtime. And so as we were approaching on the jet, an hour ago, I was checking the ice and see where the open water is, because our ocean here in Nome freezes to about 4 to 5 feet thick of ice. And so in the spring, it starts to open up, and that's when you start your seal hunting and walrus hunting activities. And that's what I grew up doing. And of course, in the fall, we're busy with moose hunting. There's a lot of moose here. I don't know if maybe many of you have not ever seen a moose, but they're very large. When you shoot a moose, the fun stops, because it's a lot of work to cut up a moose and care for it, because there's so much meat. And of course, here in Nome on the coast, we're on the Bering Sea. There's just so much waterfowl out here. Geese, whatever kind of ducks you can think of, whatever, the cranes. We've got a ton of waterfowl in this area. So that's a little bit about me growing up in Nome. We'll go on to the next slide here. My history as a trooper, as Felina said, I started in 1993. Our academy is down in Sitka, Alaska, Southeast Alaska. You've got the Southeast Panhandle of Alaska that extends toward the state of Washington. I worked in Fairbanks Patrol, that's just going to calls in a patrol car for a couple of years, writing traffic tickets and taking, minor cases, burglaries, thefts, assaults. And then I was recruited into the General Investigation Unit in 1995. And that's where I started to begin into more complex investigations. We did sexual assault, sexual abuse of a minor, a few homicides while I was there. and some other missing person cases that I was able to work. And I'll show you the map in some of these places where I've worked, and I put in a slide that'll give you some perspective on the size of the state of Arizona and the size of state of Alaska. I mean, it's an hour and 45-minute flight between Anchorage and Nome on a 737. And so, I mean, you're just in a jet. It just seems like you just keep going and going and going in Alaska. After I was posted in Fairbanks, I went to the Galena post, and Felina mentioned I worked on the Yukon River, and it's the largest river in the state of Alaska. And there are many, many villages along the Yukon River because it's a big fishing and hunting culture on the river. Wherever you have rivers, you attract animals and fish, right? And so I went up and down the Yukon River working those villages, working any case that occurred. I did a lot of major investigations. I did a lot of search and rescues because it's a rural unit post and there's not much there. It was the Galena post is about 300 people. I spent a couple of years out there, and then as a trooper, you're able to transfer to different places in Alaska. And I was just born and raised in Nome, and so I always wanted to see the state and work in different places around Alaska. So I chose to bid a post down in Ketchikan, which is way down at the bottom of the southeast panhandle toward the state of Washington area. I'll show you where Ketchikan is. And I worked patrol there at Ketchikan Post, and I was promoted to sergeant there in Ketchikan. And I worked, had a crew of 8 or 9 troopers, and then I supervised other smaller posts around Ketchikan. And then in 2005, I was promoted to lieutenant, which brought me back to Fairbanks. And that's where I began all of these different assignments over the years. I was a patrol lieutenant, a CERT commander. That's the team leader for your local SWAT team. And then I transferred into the rural section of the region. I'll kind of point this out in another slide, how we have so many rural posts in the state. And then at some point I supervised all of the troopers and the court service officers at the major court building in Fairbanks. And of course I was the search and rescue coordinator, and then I managed the vehicle fleet. We have, in that whole interior region, we have about 60 troopers. We're not like Arizona Highway Patrol where you have 100 guys in a 100-mile area. We have 60 for the whole interior of Alaska. And then we have, we have a very large aircraft fleet because of the size of Alaska, right? A lot of our troopers around the state, their patrol car is an airplane. That's how they get the calls. They get a call, they jump into an airplane, and then they go fly to wherever it is, an hour away, 2 hours away, and they land, and they walk to wherever the incident occurred and investigate it. And then sometimes if they make an arrest, they have to call for another plane to transport a prisoner. And so there's a lot of logistical things that happen in Alaska as an Alaska State Trooper, and you kind of have to run with it. I mean, we have weather, we have which connects to all of your flying, and even in the wintertime, we have storms, so many storms and blizzards that you couldn't even take a snow machine and drive from village to village. It's can be quite dangerous. So then in 2018, I retired as a lieutenant. I served 25 years. It seemed like it went by very, very quickly, but I look back, the years were slow, it seems like, but I look back, it's 25 years went by just like that. So as Felina said, I was rehired. The commissioner of Department of Public Safety called me and says, "Hey, Lonnie, I need help." And I joked with him. I said, "Hey, do you need me to pick you up at the airport or something?" And of course, that wasn't the case. No, a little bit more help than that. So September 19, coincidentally, exactly 29 years to the day I arrived at the academy, I began my new job as the MMIP investigator. And I sat down with the commissioner, and all of this is very new for the state of Alaska compared to the lower 48 and I don't know the history for Arizona, but all of this is very new for us. And so I was hired as the MMIP investigator, and speaking with the commissioner, we discussed a lot of things, and we didn't know exactly how we were going to do this. We didn't know how many investigators we were going to hire. We didn't know my day-to-day operations. We didn't know exactly what we were going to do. And so I started to communicate with the Washington State MMIP people and some of their investigators and their program, which is it seems to be doing quite well. And I started communicating with them and learning a little bit more about how they're running their program. And so I communicated that with the commissioner. But one thing that was overall that was very important for the commissioner is, and maybe this has occurred in Arizona already, and you've maybe you've created this wheel all over, and maybe we did. One of the problems we have is communication. You know, the family victims, they just felt like after a while there was no communication between the Alaska State Troopers and the family members that were surviving of whomever was missing or murdered. And so that was the one important thing the commissioner had asked, is we need to improve our communication between all of the Native organizations and corporations in Alaska and all of the family members, especially if we have a very prominent case that's in the media for whatever reason, that I would be traveling to wherever this case was getting so much attention from the media. And then I would be the intermediary between the Alaska State Troopers, the troopers that I used to be in uniform, or the suit and tie guys that were investigators. And I would be the liaison between our organization and the family members. I'm Alaska Native, and throughout all of these different regions that you'll see in the next slide, they're very similar cultures, but they're very different too at the same time. But you know, over the years, I've gotten to know a lot of people in the various regions, and so odds are I would probably know the mayor or the council member or the president of the local corporation. Odds are I would know them because I've been around, I've worked all over the state, and I've gotten to know a lot of people. And I think that's one of the reasons why the commissioner decided to hire me is number one, I'm Native, and number two, I'm a little an extrovert, and I just talk to people. And so that's what we had decided, that we would spend time in communication with the family members. And it brings to the next point, there's a missing Indigenous persons. I mean, for the state of Alaska, missing people is a whole nother category. We have a huge number of missing people in the state, and they're not missing because of criminal natures. They're missing because they're out doing their walrus hunting out in the ocean, and they came up on bad weather and the boat overturned. And since they're in the ocean in rough seas, we weren't able to recover the bodies. And so they go into our missing person clearinghouse as missing. So we have a large number of people in the state of Alaska that are missing, but for accidents, or they got lost in a storm and we weren't able to find them, or they were overturned their boat. And even in the river, I mean, like the Yukon River, we have people missing in the Yukon River. At its widest spot on the Yukon River, it's nearly a mile wide. and it's, 15, 20 feet deep. And so you overturn your boat in that river, we might not be able to recover your body. So there's a lot of things like that, overdue hunters, accidents, search and rescues. But we do have people missing due to criminal intents. But thankfully it's the minority number over the majority. So that's what I wanted to clarify for this presentation. You may have, I don't have the numbers in front of me, and I probably should have put a slide in there, but we have a lot of missing people. So November of last year brings my next point. Investigator Lance Dalkey was reassigned. He was working out of the DA's office, and he was reassigned as an MMIP investigator, but he lives in the Fairbanks area, so he's at the Fairbanks post. He and I have been working together since 1994, so he calls me his brother from another mother, but he's not Alaska Native, but he still calls me his brother. So I'm very fortunate to be working with Lance, and he and I get along very well together, and we just click. I mean, we just go, boom, okay, let's do this, and continue on with our work. So we've worked together for many years over in different roles, and later on in our careers, we were both lieutenants together at the Fairbanks post, and so we kind of, we've worked together for a long time. And then back to the commissioner of Department of Public Safety for Alaska State Troopers. His intent was to hire in this first year to hire as many as 4 investigators. I know this is all budget-wide stuff, and so everything in Alaska is very expensive, and so our budget is our budget. But so we just hired investigator Joe Whittam. He'll start June 1st. So he's our 3rd MMIP investigator. He retired as a state trooper like 6 months ago, and so he's been retired. He spent 20 years as a trooper out in Bethel, which is rural Alaska. So he's got a lot of connections in that area, and he's got a lot of history and experience with some of these cases, these murder cases, these sexual assaults, these sexual abuse of minors, some of those other ones in the Western Alaska realm. Does anybody have any questions? Let me check the chat. I'm kind of difficult. No questions?
Not yet. If anyone has a question, please put it in the chat or the Q&A, and we can ask Lonnie. Thank you.
Okay. Let's go. So here's the state of Alaska, and what we have here are all of the different Alaska Native populations. And so you have in the regions, interior Alaska, you see that in the center here, where the Fairbanks area, and you kind of see the Yukon River coming down. Does everybody see my pointer?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the Yukon River, and the Galena post is right in here, and that's where I was stationed. And so the only way to get into Galena is you can drive a boat, but that'd take you all day. That'd take you about 12 hours of driving a boat, or you go on a commuter airplane, a little single engine or a light twin aircraft, and you go in between Galena and Fairbanks. Basically is what I was doing for all of my work and prisoner transports and things like that. And so that's where the Galena post is, where I was stationed. The other place I was stationed is down here in Ketchikan. You can see it's down there close to the Canadian border. And we did a lot of work with the RCMP, and any of these places that are close to the border for Canada, there's a lot of close interaction with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and that's a really good organization. They're very similar to us and they have such good people to work with. So in my catch can days, I worked a lot with the RCMP, and I worked a lot of search and rescues. Of course, we have the Pacific Ocean / Gulf of Alaska. I worked a lot of cases in this whole area for search and rescue, a lot of boat issues and aircraft issues. Currently, I live in Soldotna, which is right in here. This is Anchorage, a little bit of a history for Alaska, or just an introduction to Alaska. I don't know if a lot of people have this knowledge, but I'll give it anyway. Anchorage is the largest city in Alaska. I think there's a couple 100,000 people. I don't pay attention to Anchorage too much. It's too busy for me. Fairbanks, it's the second largest city. And this whole area right here is called the North Slope. And that's where all the oil drilling is going on up here in this area right here for all the oil companies. And then we have a pipeline. This is the pipeline that follows this road right here, and it goes down to Valdez. Our oil pipeline is where we get all of our funding for our budgets. So I flew from Soldotna to Anchorage, and then Anchorage to Nome in a 737 this morning, and here we are in Nome. And so we have the Norton Sound and Bering Sea. When you get to about right here or right here, whoops, let me go back. Well, let's just segue right into this. When you get to about here or here, you can actually see Russia. You can see it off in the distance on a clear day. So this next slide that I accidentally had clicked into are all the different types of Alaska Native people that we have in Alaska. So I'm a Nupiaq, and I was born and raised here in Nome, and I'm in this whole area from the North Slope all the way down to this is Unalakleet, around this area, are Nupiaq Eskimos, right? So we have different languages. They're very similar, but they're different. And then when you get into the southwest coast here, they're Yupik Eskimos. And then you have the Aleutian Islands down here, and that goes way down. I mean, you can't even see the tip of the Aleutian Islands. It goes way back over here. Those are Aleuts, a whole nother group of Alaska Native people. You see Dena'ina. Dena'ina is very big for the Anchorage south central area. Where I worked in Fairbanks, we had a lot of Tanacross and a lot of Tanana, Koyukon, and Gwich'in Athabascan Indians. They're all in the interior. Generally, they're called Athabascans, but when you get into their different areas, they have different tribes. And then the southeast is Tlingit and Haida Indians for southeast. They're all very interesting to visit, especially when you get invited to their community potlucks and things like that. And in all of them, it's fun for me because I grew up knowing my culture here, and then I kind of wanted to visit other cultures. So I spent a lot of time in the interior, and then I spent a lot of time in Southeast. And I've enjoyed getting to know the different cultures for Alaska. You know, for us in Alaska, there's almost 5 states within this whole state, because there are different weather situations in each section of Alaska. I mean, today here in Nome, it's 26 degrees, but when I left Soldotna here this morning, it was in the mid to high 40s, and it'll get to maybe 50 something degrees today. Heat wave for us. But down here in Southeast, I'll bet you it'll get up to 50, 55 degrees today. A little bit about all the Native peoples for our state. They're very, I can see, I've been all over the place, and I can recognize a person and say, yeah, he's a Yupik from maybe Dillingham or Bethel or or Emonic, some of the different villages. And, oh no, I can see he's Athabascan, but I wouldn't know him necessarily, but you can kind of see it. I mean, I can see it. I mean, that's just the way it is for being Alaska Native. Next slide. This kind of gives you a perspective for your state versus mine. You're such a cute little state of Arizona. I'm just kidding. I do like Arizona. I've been there a couple of times. So that's kind of the statistic is Arizona or Alaska is about 5 times the amount of area versus Arizona. So you kind of get a perspective. So to drive from Anchorage to Fairbanks, which is about here, it's about 6 hours in the summertime and maybe 7 or 8 in the winter, because in the wintertime it's all ice and snow, and so you got to take your time. But so that's kind of the distance for driving. And getting in a jet, it's 1 hour and 45 to Nome, like this morning. And we don't have highways. We only have 3 or 4 highways, and they're pretty much in this area right here. So this whole section of Alaska from this arc left or west, you have to fly. There's no other way to get to these places. You can take a snow machine, which is a snowmobile in maybe Arizona terms, but that'll take you days to get from here to Bethel. Bethel's kind of in this area right here. And it's pretty treacherous. These are other reasons why we have missing persons all the time. Is a lot of snow machining going on. A lot of people travel by snow machines in the winter on this whole West Coast. And we have weather, and weather is bad, can get really bad in Alaska. So that's another, and we have, almost our entire state is bordered with an ocean. So we have a lot of indigenous fishing and hunting, and comes with weather. And so you have missing persons due to weather, but we also do have those criminal missing person cases, and we're trying to identify those and to sift through them. So you probably have already heard some of this stuff in maybe some of these other speakers, but we're, as Alaska Natives, and women especially, we're 10 times more than the national average for our murder rate. And it's just horrible. We have so many murder cases that we could hire probably 10 investigators, and they'll be busy until however long they want to go. We have older cases and we have current cases, but my job is primarily older cases. And I heard Fany earlier, she was talking, I could barely make out some of her Spanish, but she was talking about we're more likely to experience violent crimes. Alaska Natives are 80% more likely to experience violent crimes than people in the lower 48. And I think that's the inference. The inference is not Native people in the lower 48, non-Native people in the lower 48. We're more likely to be involved in a violent crime. Our homicide rate is not good, especially for young women. We have currently the case I'm working on is for a 26-year-old Alaska Native woman that was killed 2 years ago. And we'll go into that case a little bit. I don't get into details too much, but we're still investigating that case. But we have so many things going against us. We're just, and I think that's the big push. I mean, the big push is MMIP is, okay, we've got all these things. We need to address some of these things and make these numbers lower. Less murders involving indigenous people, and things like that. And of course, the Savannah's Act was co-sponsored by our U.S. Senator Lisa Murkowski, and this kind of goes into the case for Savannah, the reason why the act was named in her honor. And it was all, you know, about an infant that was taken from Savannah and was murdered, and from another, a couple that always wanted a child, and they abducted the child and eventually killed her. But that's kind of where Savannah's Act, I don't know if this organization, I'm sure everybody knows about Savannah's Act. When I retired in 2018, all of this came to fruition, and I wasn't aware of Savannah's Act when I was rehired. And so I had to learn a little bit about this. I was behind the power curves during my retired life. So we have, the act mandates a lot of things for us here in Alaska. We have, it mandates us to come together and discuss all of these issues, and to meet on a regular basis with all of the tribes, the local and state and federal law enforcement agencies get together. And this is not new probably to you guys, but it's very new for us. We've always communicated with each other, but it wasn't on a regular basis. It was always when there was another case that occurred. It was always sporadic. You know, some days I would talk to an FBI agent 3 or 4 times a week, and then the next time I would talk to him would be 3 months from now. So this mandated on a regular basis communication and collaboration. And so we do a good job amongst the agencies, but we don't do it on a regular basis. And so that's what's happening with us now, or we're getting better at it. Clarifies the responsibilities for all the state and local tribal law enforcement agencies. Like I said before, increased coordination and communication. Communication is always the first thing that fails for us is, and we're in Alaska. I mean, sometimes it's on a good day, sometimes we can't communicate, but obviously in some of these issues, we haven't done a great job on regular communication between the tribes, local and state and federal law enforcement. So this act empowers that we must communicate on a regular basis, and it is good. Since I've been doing this, we have a Zoom meeting every 2 weeks with the Department of Justice, and it encompasses several dozen people from the various agencies, and we have an agenda and we talk about it, and then it brings it to light. It brings us together, and we get to know each other, and we, as you progress and you get to know somebody, you communicate better. And that was the big problem, is we didn't talk to our victims, we didn't talk to our organizations, and so now we're getting better at it. Some of our stakeholders, we have a lot of tribal governments. We have a lot of city governments, with the local tribal councils. That was where we were dropping the ball, with the local tribal councils. Each one of these villages has a local tribal council, and they're made of 5 or 6 people that are on this council, and they run the village. We failed to communicate with those persons on a regular basis. And so now we're getting better now that we've begun this, I think over the last couple of years. We speak to our partners a lot more. All of the U.S. Marshals, the Coast Guard, the BIA people. I have a BIA investigator in Anchorage that has been working with us on this latest homicide case that we were able to break open a little bit. In Alaska, we're different. We have Alaska State Troopers, and there are only about 300 of us responding to all these calls throughout Alaska. And most villages, well, not most, probably 50 to 60% of the villages, what they have for their law enforcement are called the village public safety officer. They're not armed. they have pepper spray, they have tasers, they have handcuffs, and they're trained. We train them, but they're not armed with a firearm. So we have VPSOs, is what we call them, and they're stationed in the various villages, and they're the local law enforcement. They're kind of like the local sheriff. And so they're our eyes and ears to some of these villages. And so we've gone up and down with the number of VPSOs around the state. And in recent years, we've had a downtick for the number of them. And so we've lost our connection to the village. But we've hired one of the retired guys back that manages that program. And so now we're on the increase for VPSOs. And so I think things will get better for us as we progress. We meet with the Alaska Department of Law. Those are all the prosecutors, right? Those are all the clerks. Those are all the people that take our cases and prosecute them. We talk to on a regular basis with our local city police departments. We have multiple representatives attending from the various larger police departments. Anywhere there's a first-class city in Alaska, there's a police department. And anything outside that area is where the Alaska State Troopers have jurisdiction. We have jurisdiction for the whole state, but we let them do their work within the city limits. I think that we did a fairly good job with victims and advocacy services. The victims advocates throughout the state in my career, but it isn't like that throughout the whole state. So we're better meeting these people and communicating with them on a daily basis. We have what the Savannah's Act created was we're going to do some what we call TCRPs, and we only have 3 of them here in the state of Alaska, and they're tribal community response plans. It's a small village of probably 200 or 300 people, and they come up with a plan. Okay, let's take a missing person. What are we going to do? And they plan it out. 1, 2, we're going to call the Alaska State Troopers. We're going to enact our local search and rescue. We're going to get medics on the clinic on standby. We're going to open up the gas station because a lot of times this gas station is closed at night. You know, that's a very archaic thing to think about, but we need gas to search for people. You know, so there's a plan, and we only have 3 of them in the state right now, and we're working on creating more of these response plans to where the person in charge of the plan just activates it, and then they go for the checklist. They go boom, 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 boom. And we help them create that. This stakeholder group meets with these tribal communities, and we help them create that. So they just go down the line, and then hopefully by the time they're done with their ninth thing to check on the list, we're involved, and then we kind of slowly take over it, but we keep the communication. We want to work with them with their resources. I mean, resources are pretty limited in the village. You know, we want to get funding. We want to figure out if where they're lacking in the resources and for what type of case, a real, maybe a criminally involved missing person, or maybe just a regular search and rescue. We teach them a little bit about how to handle some of these cases. You know, what to watch out for. If it looks like it's suspicious in nature, we have a whole nother response for that. And then we talk about, in some of these meetings, we talk about I talked about resources. We don't necessarily are reactive. We want to prevent. So we talk about, okay, we had a case last month and the person was highly intoxicated. They ran off into onto the sea ice, and they froze to death. Well, we've got to understand that when people get heavily intoxicated and it's wintertime, there's a possibility they're going to wander off and they're going to freeze to death. What are some of these causes? What can we do to prevent that? Can we get this person, you always hear about, and I'm not sure about Arizona, and so I've never been to the reservations, but it seems to me in our villages, there's always somebody that's constantly heavily intoxicated. Well, we need to get that person some help. We need to prevent them from freezing to death in 30 below weather, 40 below weather. As a trooper, I've gone down to 72 below, and that's not fun. We have a high domestic violence rate here in Alaska. I think it's just cabin fever, right? I think it's just one of those things where there's not a whole lot to do when it's 40 below. And you get in with your partner and maybe there's some drinking and then it's domestic violence. A lot of that kind of stuff. And so we want to not necessarily react well, but we want to think about how can we prevent some of these things from happening? How can we prevent the murders and the missing persons? So there's a little bit of that, not necessarily reaction. I talked to you about these pilot projects. This is phonetically pronounced Koyukuk, but in their village is called Kayukuk. And so there's different ways of pronouncing some of these village names. These are all the villages on the West Coast, and they're very busy. And so you've got here to here is probably 60 miles, 70 miles. And so you drive a snow machine from here to here, you get lost. And there's a lot of transportation going on in the wintertime in between all of these villages. And then in the summertime, it's fishing, in this whole West Coast. This is one of the richest places in the world for salmon fishing. I mean, world-class fishing. And so we have these pilot projects. I talked to you about the community response plans. There's one in Kayukuk, there's one in Unalakleet. And this is basically a small group of native villages, but they call yours Cree Young. It's basically the Dillingham villages. So those are set. So if something bad happens, they just enact their plan and then they start getting us involved as soon as possible. So our MMIP, I don't know about Arizona, but we have, with all of our people that we meet with every 2 weeks, we have law enforcement people, we have victim services, we have the media, and we have people connected with the media. Social media is a big thing, right? You have a missing person, what do? You put it out on social media, hey, we're looking for John Joe. And we have a faster response for getting the word out and have everybody look. You saw those villages. Somebody knows that John Joe went from point A to point B 50 miles up the coast. And if we don't get it out that we're looking for John Joe, people don't know. We go into these communities and speak to the community leaders, the tribal councils, the city councils, and we do a lot of visiting with these places. I just met with a village. They have a string of assaults that are occurring, and it was just further down the Yukon River from where I used to work. And I went out there and spoke to that organization just to, they weren't getting the response out of the local detachment the trooper detachment. And I'm not sure why, but I went in there, read the cases, talked with them, and connected it up with the right person to get what they need for these cases. I'm almost done, Felina.
Okay, thank you.
So we talked about these response plans. The hub, we have a lot of hub communities. We have a lot of major, they're not major, but they're larger villages with a couple thousand people. And those are hubs. But many of those villages you saw on that map are only sometimes as big as 50 people. And maybe the average is about 100. And so it's daunting sometimes to travel to these places to investigate crimes because of the distance or weather. And sometimes you just can't get into there for days due to weather. We might have a week-long snowstorm. You can't get in there. A lot of these plans, we talk about all these things, we find the solutions. I've gone through this a little bit. One of the striking things that I think is most important is we build the trust. We talk to these people, and I just talked to our commissioner right before I got onto this, and he was very happy that we had a meeting with a local corporation leader as one of the CEOs, and I told him, I said, look, I think he just wanted to be heard, and I don't think he wanted to have the runaround, or I think he just wanted somebody he can look at and trust and be real simple with him and explain what's happening or offer up solutions. And so we build trust with these people. As an MMIP investigator, we go and talk to them face to face. We very rarely have an in-person or an over the phone type thing like with those people. We always travel, and we want to sit face to face with them because that builds trust. And I think that's what's lacking too, is we get a phone call, you get somebody on the phone, they don't know, you can't see them, you can't read them, you can't look at their inflections. I mean, so we build trust, and that person that I met with, I'm sure he'll call me and say, hey, Lonnie, I've got a problem again. Can we meet or talk, or, this time maybe I can call you, because he knows who I am. I'm pretty straightforward. I'm not going to pull any punches. I'm not going to, give him something that's incorrect. I'm just going to say, hey, look, yeah, we messed up. How about we fix it? So that's a big deal for us, is building the trust, because it was lacking. We might have had it, but it dwindled, I think. One of the biggest problems for the state of Alaska for these unidentified human remains, we have a lot of them. I talked about these missing persons. We might not be able to find them, or a hiker or a hunter might stumble upon human remains 4 or 5 years later. We have a huge problem with the Alaska Native population in this state. We don't have a huge or large number of DNA samples for Alaska Natives, which makes it very difficult to go back and research and try to identify human remains. And so what we've done this year, the beginning of this year, myself and investigator Dalkey split up all of the Native corporations. And throughout our visits, for various other reasons, we're going to hit them up and say, hey, look, as your chief, as a CEO of this corporation, I want you to encourage your tribal members to submit a DNA sample. The more DNA samples we have in the system in GEDmatch, the more we're going to be able to identify some of these human remains, because as an Alaska Native population, there aren't any DNA samples out there. There are very few, and it's very difficult to identify a lineage. Well, I don't think it's unfortunate, but the simple fact is, if you're non-Native in Alaska, it's a lot easier for us to identify those non-Native human remains, because there are a lot of non-Native DNA samples in the systems. So we've pushed, we split up the corporations, all the different regions you saw on the map. I'm going to hit the West Coast more so because I know all those people, and push for more DNA samples so we can successfully identify human remains and put closure to some of those family members that haven't found their loved ones, and maybe it's been 10 years. I mean, it's a very difficult process to go through that. Your uncle so-and-so has never been found. But we have human remains found on a regular basis. We have so many people hunting and fishing all over the state, and they come up on found human remains. So GEDmatch is one of the main companies that we use. You can submit through Ancestry or 23andMe and some of those other ones, and then you can extract that sample and put it into GEDmatch, and that's where we'll use it as Alaska for the state of Alaska to identify human remains. And so we're trying to encourage that with all the corporations as we go throughout the state in these next coming months. Some of these other cases, DNA, of course, you guys know that a lot of DNA solves crimes, and there's an example. I won't bore you with that, but that case was solved through GEDmatch, and I mean the person killed a number of people in the state of California. Another case example of DNA solving a case, and this organization uses most law enforcement agencies use GEDmatch. So another case solved through DNA. Like I said before, you do your DNA test through some of those organizations, popular ones, and then you upload it to GEDmatch. And then that's the database where we use to try to identify human remains. One of the things, Anchorage is the biggest area. One of the things I always tell people, Anchorage is, everybody goes to Anchorage for the shopping, you know, they go and buy their cars or trucks and then fly them out and ship them out to the various places. So, and then we have a homeless population in Anchorage. And so everywhere I go, I give these numbers and I give these locations. We do have homeless in Anchorage, and it's increasing. And I just update the various organizations about the hospital and their number and their location. It's just something where just a little bit, but I don't know if anybody's ever used it, but I just give it out there and let them know you can stay at these homeless shelters, or you need to, you know, you don't feel well, you can go to the medical center. Here's their number. Oftentimes, the Alaska Native Medical Center has cab vouchers, and you can call them up and ask for a cab voucher in Anchorage, and so they'll take you to the hospital there, and it won't cost you. And I don't think a lot of people know that. And so one of the things I always try to do is just that little bit of preventative stuff where I don't have to worry about, maybe I'll save one missing person. These are the cases that we've got slated for this year. Currently, we're working on the milepost 81 homicide where a woman was dumped at milepost 81 of the Parks Highway. We're at the DNA portion of this. We're really close to solving that case. I'm hoping in the next month that we'll be able to make some arrests in that case. I don't want to get into too many details, but that's going to be solved by a combination of technology and old school policing. Just go knock on doors. You know, you were given a name and we went and found them and knocked on their door. That was one of the things that broke this case wide open, is knocking on doors. Well, some old school stuff that we used to do in the 90s. We're working on 4 missing people out of the Fairbanks area. 2, I think, are pretty much criminally related. I think they're murders, and the other 2 possibly are wandered off, and maybe one of them was suicide, and then the other one was dementia related. So I'm not quite sure, but we're going to look into all of them. This next, after we're done with the Parks Highway case, we're going to head to Bethel, which is on the west coast of Alaska. And then Barrow, there's another missing woman that was found dead on the north slope on the beach. We're going to look into that one. That one's definitely a homicide. There's a missing person. This is one of those missing persons right here in Selawik. That was on the west coast, more on the northwest corner of Alaska. That one is definitely a criminal involved missing person involving a woman. And so we're going to tackle that one. We're working this snow machiner hit a pedestrian. We're working that right now. We're just going to probably solve that one, DNA on the snow machine. And then Kotzebue is on the West Coast a little bit. A woman found dead in her furnace room, and that was definitely a criminal homicide. And so we've got a suspect in that one. We're kind of working that one on the periphery. I talk about this a lot, you know, more of the preventable stuff. What's predictable is preventable. You know, if you drive a snow machine 90 miles an hour, what do you think could happen? It's highly likely you're going to crash and hurt yourself or maybe kill yourself. And so we talk about, okay, if you go to this party and you drink to excess, what could happen? You know, you could be sexually assaulted, you could be taken away and murdered. A lot of this stuff, you know, it's all predictable, but it's all preventable. And so we talk about that, preventing some of these cases and making good decisions, right? They're all preventable. All of these cases on the previous slide involved decisions where those victims put them in a bad position. Maybe, you know, I think it's hard to prevent all of these, but we've got to try somewhere, we've got to start somewhere. And so I talk about what's predictable is preventable in some of these communities. You know, if you're 14 years old and you're out at 4 a.m., what could happen to you? I mean, not a whole lot of good, more bad. So you know, it's parenting. Hey, watch your teenagers, you know, and try to prevent some of these bad outcomes. I talk to people about some of these groups. Okay, if we have what looks like something you think looks suspicious, this is what we would like you to do. We'd like you to take as many pictures, I mean, with your cell phone as possible. What we see in these pictures are going to be pretty important sometimes. We don't want to mess with anything there, just preserve everything, cordoned everything off, don't let anybody in the house, things like that. We want to know about alcohol and drug use. We want to know who the witnesses are. We want, you know, and then after we're done with these cases, while we're involved in some of these cases, we're starting to ask people for a DNA sample to build a database, not only for those missing people, but for other things. You know, some people are involved in nefarious things, and DNA might solve 3 or 4 sexual assaults. So we're just started to, hey, would you mind submitting a sample of your DNA? And we'll put it in the record. That's all I have, Feline. I appreciate everybody's attention. That was a lot of information. If you have any questions, you can text me on this number or email me. That's kind of where we are here in the state. We're very new. We're learning. We're owning up to our mistakes. We're trying to make things better.
Thank you so much, Lonnie. Thank you. We have a couple of questions. Do you have time for them? For 2
Sure.
questions? Okay. Our first question is, thank you for this informative presentation. I am wondering if you could share more about interactions with victims' families and what the procedures are for aiding them with trauma.
So we have people that are trained for the trauma part. We have critical incident stress debriefers, and they're at my disposal. I call them and they respond, and they're trained. They're very well trained, and a lot of them have been around a lot of years, and so they know exactly what to do. So we call them and have them respond with us. The other part of this victim liaison stuff is like I'm working these cases, and so what I'll do is I'll send a quick message. Hey, we're in Anchorage again. We're working. We're going to be here Monday through Friday. If you have anything that comes up, call me or text me. Or if you want to meet, you know, we just send these messages every week to the different people that are associated with these cases as the surviving persons of their family. And we give them updates on a regular basis, especially when we're in town. Hey, we're in town, anything new? Or a simple text message. And they appreciate it. And so that's one thing that we've become negligent is lack of communication. And so they're responsive, and we have gotten more information because of our interaction with them.
Thank you. Our second question is, are criminal records for criminal history that occur in tribal courts villages for tribal members included in the state public records like Alaska courts, and then there's a website for courts.alaska.gov.
So we're pretty new at the tribal court stuff too. So we're evolving with that, but all of their records are currently in our state records. And we're still evolving with tribal courts and tribal adoptions. This is fairly new, 3 or 4 or 5, 6 years. And so those tribal records are maintained with the tribes, but all of the state records are in the state system. And so I have access to the state system with all of their criminal and any traffic related stuff. And so I think the tribal records as we progress are because we have an agreement, right? And so they are accessible for us.
Thank you. And there's a question about DNA being mandatory. And
it isn't mandatory, right?
Yeah. And do you get help with family genealogy?
We do, especially if we think, because location in these cases is pretty important. Sometimes somebody is lost in a particular drainage, and so we find human remains. And so we'll go to that person's family, we'll sit down with them and say, okay, talk to me. Tell me who you're related to. Tell me, and then we have asked for samples. We give them a swab, we send it in, and a month or so later, we find out who the person's remains are. And we just had one. Unfortunately, it wasn't the family's remains, but we thought it was, but we just had one. We had to tell them, sorry, that's not your uncle. I think it was an uncle, and pretty sad, but unfortunate we didn't get to find closures, but we're trying.
Thank you. Any other questions? No. Thank you so much. It was a really great presentation. When you said snow machine, I was thinking of down here in Tucson, how we make fake snow.
Yeah, throwing snow. It's a snowmobile you're riding,
That's a
on the
snowmobile.
snow. Right.
Yeah, I just thought that was cool and kind of funny.
Yeah.
But,
Alaskans call them snow machines. So
machine. That's cool. Yeah. Any other questions? No? Okay.
Selena,
right.
thank you for the invite.
Much. Thank you. That was great. Thank you.
Okay, take care, everybody. If there's my email, you send me an email and I'll answer it.
Thank you. All these speakers have been so friendly and yeah, it's been great. So thank you all.
Okay.
This is our last speaker for the day. So thank you everyone for attending. Big thank you to all the speakers, to Lieutenant Governor Antone, to Hilda, to Seánna Howard, to Albert, to Fany, to Lonnie, and to Lori. So thank you all so much. We're very grateful for spending some time with us all today. If you're in Southern Arizona, we're having a run on Sunday. If you want to be out with community and either run or walk. And thank you also. Oh yeah, thank you, Billy. Yep. Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Jacobs. Thank you, Destiny. Thank you, everyone. I guess as we move forward, I'd my last little words for this symposium are for us all to think about how we can continually decolonize spaces, our thoughts, our minds. So much of this issue can be directly related back to colonization. So anything that we can do in that area, and MMIP Day might be one day, but let's always try to get the information out there, even when it's not the National Day of Awareness. So keep it on everybody's mind. Thank you all for being here. Billy, do you have anything to say?
Nothing really so much. Just thank you to all of our presenters today for their, their wisdom and their insights. And, I hope everybody had a was able to learn and, you know, felt comfortable and welcomed here. So yeah, I appreciate it. And thank you again, Dr. Kogo-Marx, for pretty much, you know, assembling this amazing group of speakers. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Billy, too. Yeah, thank you all. Have a great rest of your day. Albert, have fun at the powwow. I think you're going to a powwow, right? And
Got back.
I'm sorry.
I just got back from the powwow.
Well, thanks for rejoining. That's awesome. Hope you hope you had fun. And thank you everyone again. Remember to take care of yourself. I know that a lot of heavy information was presented, so please decompress and do something kind for yourself to decompress. So thank you all and have a great day. Thank you.